Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Throw until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating past the river. the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, 2, 1. Hello, friends. I just want to get that timer right. One of these days, that timer will line up perfectly, but today was not that day. How the heck's it going? Welcome back yet again on a Friday morning here, last day of the work week for me. Heading that way towards you, I'm sure. Allow me to clean my glasses. We don't do this kind of thing before going live, of course. We do it live instead. Hello, Jim. How's it going, CS Prof? Good to see you today. Axix Pepper, what is up? This is me calling out names I remember seeing because I can't read chat right now. Hello, Marks. Marks asked earlier, did everyone survive our Rimworld playthrough? Yes, somehow we managed to survive through a terrible raid yesterday. We managed to lose no one. It was an awful experience, but we're in okay position now. Things are okay. Better, good. Hello to you, Marigold Me. Hello to Inverted Edge. What's up, Katura-sama? HPG, hello. How's it going today? Kato, what is good? Windsor, Freak, hello, my friend. Duke Hugo, we are back on the whim, back on the rim once more. Hello, Elsadel. Hello to you, Cyber Oracle. Hello to everyone on this lovely Friday morning. George, what's up? We may have forgotten about some fuel. What are you talking about? We made it across that ocean fair and square. Here's something we learned, namely, the boats that you use to go across the ocean can run out of fuel. And to my best efforts, or best lights, there's no way to split the boats to have the ones with fuel go and get more fuel. Instead, they're all kind of stuck in the very middle of the ocean. So we may have cheated slightly to get the boats moving again, but won't make that mistake again. We'll see. Anyway, yeah, hope things are good for you. Sincerely, it's a weekend here almost. Got one more day of teaching, that should be good. I am a tiny bit under the weather. I don't know what it is, but apparently a bunch of faculty have been going down recently. In my case, it's just some throat soreness. It's nothing major. I'll wear a mask while teaching today, but other than some tickling in there, things are just fine. Though I did sleep quite a bit last night. I went to bed fairly early, slept until the alarm clock, no waking up early at all, just a lot of sleep, so the body takes care of itself. It's all fine. We're not quite yet to the point of loading up on, various teas and orange juices and so on, but yeah, the possibility stream will end early today if my throat gets really sore, because I have to have at least some voice for teaching, but as of right now, just fine, no concerns at all. Looking forward to the week ahead. We have nothing special planned. We're at the point now where the semester is up and running nicely, and so it's just a matter of just doing the thing for a while, keeping the system running. It comes, natural enough every term. This weekend we'll probably do some grading, probably do some hanging out. I think Noms might want to watch a movie at some point. We don't have a movie picked out though, but it'll be a nice weekend ahead for sure. Calico Cobalt, welcome back. How's it going? Good to see you too. And yeah, honestly, I've got no stories today. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them. Anything you want to discuss today, get my hot take on. If there's any video games that we look at, I'm happy to do that. If not, we can just head over in the direction of playing our Rimworld game in just a minute here, because there's no point in filling in intro time if there are no stories to tell. And unless you want me to talk about the quality of my sleep last night, I got basically nothing for you. Hey, HPG, am I feeling positive about my class? Yeah. I've mentioned before that every semester, the beginning of the semester goes the same way, which is I am so nervous. I'm so nervous initially. Oh, how will it go? Is it worrisome? Is it confusing? And yeah, every semester after that initial hump of anxiety and worry, things settle down and things get into the normal routine. Things get into the normal habit where the students show up and talk or don't, and it's just fine. I've said previously that I think that initial nervousness is good. It keeps me on my toes and aware of what I'm doing, so hope that continues. But yeah, no problems. It's a good class or a good set of classes this term, and hope that continues. We'll see. Did I get a raise for my unorthodox essay? Yeah, I applied for promotion earlier this term. The thing about academic promotions is it's not fast. It's so bureaucratic. So I sent in my giant folder of like, here are all of my student evaluations and my essay and my syllabus and my resume and letters from colleagues and letters from students and letters from people at other schools and so much material. Now, sometime over the next 2 or 3 months, they will come and evaluate my teaching in person twice. I'll be given a little bit of heads up on this, but not a lot of heads up. And then they will take their observations. They're going to take their observations from coming and watching me. They'll come in and report on, do I stutter a lot? Do I get the students engaged? They all fall asleep, who knows what's happening. And then they go to a meeting, and in this meeting they talk about it, and then they vote. Would I get promoted or no? If they say yes, it goes up to the president. If they say no, then it does not, and I'll find out fairly soon after that if I got my promotion. But yeah, it's not just a, one person reads it and says, we like Resorti, more money to Resorti, instead it's a whole bureaucratic ordeal, which is good. It ensures that the individual decider can't choose things arbitrarily. Like, there's reasons for what's happening, and lots of different voices are part of the conversation, and the faculty work as checks on one another. So your faculty look at you and say, do we want this person as a colleague? Do we want them to be a more senior colleague? And it's a good kind of peer review inside the school. So no, I'll hear probably in, May or so at the very earliest. There's some possibility I'll hear into the summer, and that's fine. Whatever happens, happens. Hey, Low Viz, my goodness. Thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate that. Hello to you too. And thank you for that kindness just like that. Super nice. Jim wants me to talk about the American presidential election. No. Here's my long and short on that one. I'm glad I live in Japan. I do not want to deal with that at all. But yeah, it's to be expected. Nate Silver says all over anyway, and I think he's probably right. So yeah. I live in Japan. Here I worry about who's running the local diet, the Congress, and hey, surprise, surprise, it's the Labor Democratic Party, the same party that's run it every single year since the end of World War II. Despite the fact it's a multi-party state, there are not just two parties, but a whole bunch of them, and there's a functional communist party here and so on. The LDP has run basically everything for a very, very, very long time now, and my friends here, my colleagues here who study Japanese governmental politics, I think it's very interesting how the place talks as if it were a multi-party state, but there's no coalition building. All the coalition building is inside the LDP, and it's super, super interesting. And I wonder if anything will ever break what the LDP hold is. Some younger people want some change. That said, man, Japanese people are so conservative in terms of just not wanting this change. So if the school has not, or not the school, that too, if the country has not burned down recently, LDP is fine, thank you. And so it just stays as it is. What's up, Steve? How you doing? We'll have more responsibilities after a promotion. Yeah. So as I get promoted here, I'll be taking more and more responsibility for both the mentoring of young faculty, the juniors, I suppose, as well as for curriculum. For thinking about what we teach and how we teach it. I'm already able to get into these conversations and do this work because I've been teaching for a very, very, very long time. Had I stayed at just one school, I'd definitely be promoted a couple times by now at least, or at least one time. But yeah, having bounced from school to school, my rank is lower than it ought to be in some sense. So yeah, deciding on curriculum questions, deciding on like advising for students, deciding on how best to mentor the young faculty. These are things one does, one gains a little bit more rank here. So, and most importantly, more money. Not that very much, don't worry. It's not a huge amount, not life reshaping, but every extra yen counts, don't you worry. George is saying, how about that Japanese moonlander? Yeah, Japan is what, like the fifth nation now? Is that right? To land something on the moon successfully. One of its engines fell off. That part where I said successfully, strike that. No, as I've mentioned previously, I genuinely do not know very much about space stuff. Like, I still enjoy watching rockets blast off, because cool, we can throw things into space. That's pretty awesome. But there's so much to follow, and so many people know so much more about than I do. So I know that Japan has gotten something to the moon, and that's pretty neat. And I know the US is heading back again soon, and that's pretty neat too. But I think I'm one of those disappointed Star Trek kids. Like, watching Star Trek in the 90s, I had this strong sense that space would be our great salvation. We'd find like peace and unify and so on, and I don't think it's going to work out that way. And so I'm a little bit disappointed about, I don't know, like, hooray, billionaires in the sky, hooray. But, why? What is the upshot past that? And I have still like the naive sort of like Star Trek optimism that says, eventually space will unify us. I just don't think it's happening in my lifetime, unfortunately. I think that is the hard part for me, is I'm not going to see the Star Trek future no matter how much I want to, unfortunately. So I need to watch For All Mankind. Klaus, what is For All Mankind? I'm guessing it's a film, but what kind of film is it? I like the unifying theme, though. It sounds good. It sounds good. The Japanese lander was more successful than the American one. Toasted Wookie, what happened with the American lander on the moon? Like I said, I've not followed this at all. I know I have some stream friends who are really good about going and watching the blasts off and blasts off, not sure which one, and like recording them for broadcast and so on. For All Mankind is an Apple TV show where the USR beats us to the moon. Oh, hear that, us pepper? You proud American? USR beats us. Absolutely. That's cool. I should definitely look into it at some point. I do like our alternate history films and shows. I very much enjoyed Man in the High Castle, the one in which the Axis won the Second World War and chopped up the US and so on. That was one of my early ways to learn about Japanese culture. Probably not the best way to go, but yeah, I'm always happy to read alternate histories and watch alternate histories, so... it's on Apple TV, though. I think we don't have Apple TV anymore. I think we had that only to watch Ted Lasso, and then with Ted Lasso over, we may have canceled it, but if there's a show worth watching, maybe we should get it. The standard complaint, though, right? There are just way too many of these streaming services, right? You have to have this one and that one, the Hulu, the Netflix, etc., etc. And I'm still hoping that someday we'll invent cable and then invent an all-in-one package. That'd be very good, but I don't have that much time for watching TV, so it'll be a while probably before we get to all these. Anyway, who knows? The problem with the American landers, it never made it. A fuel leak down the thruster led to issues and re-entered and burned up back over the Earth. Oh, is this the recently, the recent lander that had somebody's ashes inside of it? Was it Isaac Asimov and Carl Sagan or somebody? Yeah, someone's ashes were, or maybe it was James Doohan, Scotty possibly. Whichever way, the ashes of two science-y space people, or at least actors, blasted off the moon, and then it didn't make it, but instead burned in the re-entry. Well, that's how that goes. That makes it a little sadder. I mean, I'm sure it's like the correct irony or something, but it's how it goes, I suppose. Who knows? Hello, Fernandez, good seeing you. Left Edge, what's up? Good to see y'all today. Yeah. Maybe wait for season 2 of Severance. So Severance is a good show worth watching also. See, I need a channel on the Discord. One's called, like, Movies and TVs. Where people can give me recommendations. Because I recognize that you mention all these things, all these films and shows. I'm like, I should write these all down. But that does take a bit much. My pen is still green. It's a green pen. I swear it's green. I'll remember this. Severance, though. I assume the show Severance is about a company shutting down and giving people 6 months of pay to help them through the transition to their new employment. Yeah? Yeah, a moving pictures channel, right? None of these stable pictures, but the moving pictures. I literally have a channel called Movie Film Chat. Oh, do I? Is there a place where people could give these recommendations? I'm not streaming actively. Huh. Amazing. Amazing. Severance is incredible! Exclamation point, exclamation point. It's wild. Wait, what is Severance about? No, honestly... Hello, welcome to twitch.tv/Resorty. Would you please read the TV guide aloud to me for a while? I recognize I could pull up the Google myself and get typing and get reading, but I think it's more fun to read your words aloud. Yeah, this is the first time in a long time I've had nothing to say, and so I appreciate you all saying things for me. It's absolutely fantastic. It's about a chip implant in your head that mind controls you during your work hours, so you only live your non-work hours. Huh. That is absolutely fascinating. That's an absolutely fascinating idea. Yeah, cool. So on the one hand, wouldn't it be nice not have to go through the drudgery and repetition and just be able to, like, hang out and have a good time and live those parts of life? But what are they doing to my body? And isn't it important to experience the fullness of life? Okay, I'm hooked. I'm hooked on the idea already. I'll mention that to Noms, that Severance seems pretty darn good. Thank you, Klaus, for putting a note on that. The chip creates a cutout in your brain. There's a second you, and that inner you experiences only the work. Oh no, that's terrible then. No, I can't have that. Like, if there were going to be, me as automaton, me as not experiencing it all, just Robo-Zordy goes through the work, that's cool. But no, that's like having a little brother inside of me and saying, little brother, you shall live my terrible life and I get the good stuff. No. This is a fun idea though. Thank you for mentioning that one. Huh. Yeah, I always like thinking about what are the anxieties behind films that are media created. What are they trying to work out by talking about it? And so yeah, things like class conflict, things like do we really live to work? The drudgery of it all. Yeah, I like seeing the social political issues in the background. That's pretty cool. There's a new Fallout series soon. No. This is the part where I refuse to get my hopes up over any IP moving to a new media. I'm sure it's going to be awesome, but man, I don't know. I like the Fallout universe so much. I've played so many of the Fallout games and spent a lot of time in them, like really enjoying the experience of 1950s post-apocalyptic. I can imagine, though, that a TV version of it would be just shticky and not in a good way. So I don't know. Like, I didn't get my hopes up over the hype of The Witcher. I know The Witcher ended up being halfway decent. People tend to really enjoy it until later seasons. So maybe some things are really good. Maybe I can believe that some things actually work out well. Fallout shows pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. I like that. I mean, I think optimism of the will is the only way it can go. And so, yeah. I mean, I think that a Fallout show will almost certainly be letting us talk about and think about the role of technology in society. The Oppenheimer film definitely did that also. And I think so many of us are concerned about, AI and, creativity and all the rest. So, it'd be cool to see. Thank you for knowing these shows. Wonderful. Did I watch Breaking Bad? Yes, I've seen all of Breaking Bad twice now. I didn't watch it when it was being broadcast, but instead watched it all after it was done. I tend to prefer that because I think it's hard for me to avoid spoilers and over-speculation. One thing I really like/hate simultaneously about contemporary online discourse is when people watch an episode of a show. Now, they tend to go online and not just say, hey, that was fun, hey, I enjoyed that, but here are all the possible consequences of what we read there or what we saw there. And though I enjoy imagining this myself a little bit, often someone gets it all exactly right, and then I say, oh no, the whole season's been spoiled. So I tend to try to avoid every discussion of everything I care about until I've seen the show itself, but that's how it goes. Yeah, going completely blind, exactly right. Going blind and enjoy watching it as intended, that's right, as the good Lord made it, for sure. Part of the reason I'm keeping my expectations low right now is you'll recall the last time my expectations were sky high. The last time I said I would give anything for ... It was Star Trek Infinite, and man, it was so much fun initially, and then kind of fizzled after a little bit. So I don't know, like maybe a Fallout show, the first episode, which is pure world setting, like seeing life inside the vault would be so cool. But then after a while, if you're just like wandering in the wasteland, would it be good? Would it be engaging? I don't know. I think part of what works for playing through a game like Fallout is that you feel the tension every time a zombie runs at you. You feel worried every time you find a person's motivation a little bit unsure. It's like a more visceral experience. I wonder how they'll have that happen on a TV show without just becoming The Walking Dead again. But who knows? I'll definitely check it out at some point. How it goes. You went in blind with the show The Americans. I've not seen much of The Americans, but it's a show that's been well recommended to me for a very, very, very long time. About what undercover Soviet spies back in the 1970s, I think, in somewhere on the East Coast, I believe, and they blend in as Americans. I think, I don't know. What struck me a little bit over the top about the Americans was they were always in the midst of some grand operation. And my sense of like what I've read about KGB assets in the United States during that period is that the vast majority of them didn't want to draw too much attention to themselves, right? The vast majority of them did very quiet and very slow work in which they would try to make some friendships and try to talk some people. And it wasn't terribly dramatic more often than not. But when it came to the Americans, every week a new explosion. I understand it's necessary for keeping this show engaging, but it strained credulity a little bit? I don't know. Anyway, that's me blathering kind of about TV shows. Got a day of teaching ahead, so probably start thinking about playing some Rimworld. I should mention up front here that I'll probably play Rimworld today and maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure on that part. And then starting next week, we're going to play something else. We'll put the Rimworld playthrough on hold for a little bit and come back to it after, I don't know, a time. We're about a quarter of the way to 30% of the way through the Around the World adventure. And though we could keep on grinding it, a lot of this playthrough is let's just try to get a base up and going before our characters lose their mind and we get raided. And while it's really fun in short doses, I don't want to keep making new bases over and over again for a little while here. So yeah, probably today. Tomorrow we may play that Superliminal game that was mentioned earlier this week. Or might play Rimworld, or gosh, I don't know. But there you go, that's the resorty update over here. Doug, you're looking forward to the 3-body problem. So Nom's read the book of that, 3-body problem. For the first of the books, right? There are multiple books in that series, I think. And I think Nom's enjoyed the first book, but not enough to continue into the second one. And I don't quite know what it's about, other than it's very well regarded. Maybe. You say it's a hot take, though. What's wrong with the 3-body problem show? What's wrong with this kind of thing? Tell me stories, please. Which, I mean, I want to continue reading chat aloud today. And let's see, what else should I read aloud? Jim, you tried to get into the show Sanctuary, but seemed over-dramatized. I don't know Sanctuary, unfortunately. It's about a foreign spy troop that's completely forgot about their nation. Wait for orders that never come. I like that idea so much. I'm not sure how many seasons they can get out of that. But as you know, there were, Japanese soldiers who were on the very small islands after the war and kept fighting the war even though no one came for them ever. So, how it goes. What's up, man, Doodly? Good seeing you. It's a video. HPG says it's a video where you murdered someone and got away with it, but then you killed another person, it falls to pieces. Is that Sanctuary? Is that... I don't know. So the problem with 3-body problem is being made by the people who made the Game of Thrones. Okay. Yeah, I know they're not very well regarded by some people because Game of Thrones ended very, very, very poorly. Okay, that's how it goes. Oh, that's not the real 3-body problem. Okay, got it, HPG. I need some marker that indicates I am now joking. I need some marker that says, do not take us seriously, Resorty. It's all very confusing. Anyway, friends, our first ad break is coming right now. We'll talk through the ad break. It'll be just 3 minutes, and then we'll start playing some more Rimworld. The show Sanctuary is about sumo. Oh, cool. As many of you know, I've watched some sumo. I do enjoy watching it somewhat, but not enough to make it a centerpiece of life. Only space for one sport inside of me, and that one sport is football, of course. So far, the transfer window, that month-long period in which people our teams are able to bring in new people and send out old people. So far, Wrexham has hired absolutely no one new on. Only a few days left. It closes on the 31st of January. Apparently, a bid's been made for a new striker from Wigan, which is a league above. So we'll see. That said, there's no Wrexham match this weekend because they're in the FA Cup playing against a team that's in a league above, or League 2 above maybe. And that's going to be happening on Monday night Japan time. Sorry, that's not true. Tuesday morning Japan time. So 3:45, maybe 4:45 a.m. I'm going to have to get up on Tuesday morning and watch some football. Oh, we'll see how it goes. Yes, the Kappa symbol, the finger gun symbol, all very good as useful ways of indicating Resorti. I am joking here. It's fine though. I'm absolutely okay with being a bit gullible, we'll call it. I'm definitely okay with reading things in chat and saying, oh, this is the kind of thing that must be true about the world. I understand the world's truth, and then people in chat can say, haha, got him again. Because yes, indeed, you did get him again. That's what happens there. But the problem with no football matches on the weekend is it throws off my sense of what makes the weekend fun. Like, I enjoy spending time with my wife, I enjoy doing grading, etc., 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 but I always have this, like, Saturday evening, around about 6 p.m., I say, there is nothing else that I must do until tonight when I watch football. And like, it's the high point of the entire weekend, watching my one weekly match. And if it's just not there, what am I gonna do? Go to sleep, I suppose? And why Wrexham? So I like lower league football quite a bit. So I've been playing Football Manager on and off for a few years now. And I enjoy seeing the players who are not the best players in the world, that do not have the absolutely giant crowds around them, that had, 10,000, 12,000 people watching, and they don't have perfect passing, but they try their best. They try their best at least. And because I think the Wrexham answer in particular is because they have that documentary, right? I have the behind the scenes view on what makes a team work and what a team is, and how the people of a town respond to their local club. And I think I like that kind of access very, very much. It helps make the people on the field more fully human, and you learn their motivations and stories and families and so on, where I think any other club I'd watch would just be names on a TV screen, right? And so for me, it's the personalization of the squad, because I like watching football in general, but I've never really gotten into one team. Which is to say, I might be what people call a plastic fan. I'm the kind of person who shows up just during the good times, then disappears. I hope that's not true, though. I hope to stay with them and watch them regularly whenever they reach their high point, because they have been running up the leagues. They're probably get promoted from League 2 this season, having gotten promoted into it this past season. Or this current season, I suppose. Eventually they'll hit their natural sitting points and not keep going up, and that'll be okay. It'd just be nice to watch them and wish them well. So, there we go. Still have not seen any Japanese football, though. Haven't seen a single in-person Japanese match. Gotta do that eventually. It's just too many other things to do. As I said previously, this is the problem with living in Tokyo, is there's always something else to do. There are always 4 or 5 things I want to do on any weekend, and just can't pick. I do miss the good old days of living in a small town of 7,000 people, where if you wanted to watch a movie, you got to go watch like the 1960s Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer Christmas special. It's made in clay one more time because it's the only show in town. You want to go see a concert, you can go see the middle school band, and even though you have no children, you still feel like you've contributed to the community by being there. That's how it goes. Anyway, the ads have not run. It's still sitting on it was going to run one of these times, so I'm going to move us into game time. Don't you worry. When the ads run, you won't miss anything. It's just sitting with the very awkward ad starting as soon screen, and so we'll get that going. All right, there's the Rimworld. put away the piano music. Hello, Rimworld music. Let's load this game and talk about what we've been doing, where we started, where we're going, what's happening in between. And yeah, I think I'm feeling fairly good about the playthrough right now. As I said at the beginning, we nearly lost everything a bit back. It was pretty bad. Hey, when I say I feel good about things, I thought I'd built more of a base than this. So, never mind. I feel like we're kind of exposed right now. Our 4 ships are here. They unloaded everything onto the ground, but one recognizes that there's going to go bad just sitting there. The combination of the rain and the sitting in the water will make our many items disappear. So we may end up starting from basically nothing, except where our characters are carrying on their backs. So we'll see. Got some people who are currently panicked, living in their worst life, recreation starved, and so on. So we should make some source of joy, something for them to do. Hey, the ad break started now, so all I'm doing, you can't hear me, but all I'm doing is just pushing the buttons and getting things started. So horseshoe pin would be huge right now. Our, what's it called? Our telescope is somewhere buried, I'm not sure though. What biome are we in? We're in a little biome called Cyber Oracle's gonna kill someone. Well, that's fun. We're in a little biome called the Arid Shrubland. The Arid Shrubland is a place where there is some growing but not too much, some cold but not too much. It's kind of sparse, kind of empty, and it's raining right now too. Hello, Chicky Lee. It's good seeing you. I've been doing just fine, just well. I hope you are also. And I do not want to unpause my game even a little bit because Cyber Oracle is going to murder Mr. Science. The hero of the playthrough is going to be murdered. Alright, if we had a prison, we would arrest Cyber Oracle to stop this. Unfortunately, we do not have a prison. We just got here. And everyone's mood is absolutely terrible because there's nothing to do. Which is the hero of the playthrough? Mr. Sciences, not the person who killed Mr. Science. Axix1, thank you for the generous 1 tier, 1 month, 111 subscription to our friend Chicky Lee. Longtime friend of the channel. Thank you, Axix, for your very substantial generosity as always. I don't want to die. I just want to live forever. Okay, so it needs to be an enclosed bed. Can I have Mr. Science successfully run away for long enough to get a basic prison made? The answer is no. The answer is almost certainly no. But if Mr. Science flees, the answer becomes maybe. Everyone's in such a bad mood. Okay, who is good at constructing right now? A Phosphorus who doesn't want to die? I mean, yeah, I'd prefer not to die in general. Things are going pretty well. We're having a nice time. So Little Timmy is best constructor. Little Timmy also having a horrible life. Little Timmy, let's make that room. This is fine. This is fine. Timmy, you're tending to yourself. Oh, we end at the end of the last stream with our characters all kind of beaten up after a raid. So that's what's happening here. We're just a little bit under the gun right now. So Cyber Oracle constructs, as Mr. Science. Politsia, who is wandering, constructs. Unnamed Comet, I'm going to use you to build here if you can. This is fine. So I want to have Mr. Science kite all the way down and around to have someone else grab Cyber Oracle. So we want to stay at game speed 1 and just be very careful on how we're doing this next little bit. That is up now. Good. Now, if Cyber Oracle collapses on the way to kill Mr. Science, that'd be probably a good thing. And what's the relative movement speed, I wonder? So movement of 65% versus movement of 74. This is distressing. Are we playing as Randy Random? Yes, indeed. Our narrator is Randy Random, a person who just wants our life to be terrible. Thank you very much. Luckily, Cyber Oracle has very low manipulation, has a shotgun, so staying at distance will hopefully keep Mr. Science alive. Mr. Science is not wearing armor right now, so we'll have to see how this goes. Okay, right back with you. Our room is almost made. Just a little bit more. Build that, build that. Put inside a bed also. Somehow a prison's going to happen. We got very lucky in the placement of our characters as this thing began. I was feeling as if we were going to lose a character immediately, but maybe this will work out. Alright, just run back home now. The prison is created. Good. Now we have a joy source we need to make next. Timmy, you're taking care of yourself. You're almost there. Oh man, we're going to have a bunch of mental breaks, aren't we? So as we get closer, we have to figure out who's going to arrest a Cyber Oracle. So Jack's chance of doing so is 100%. Guaranteed they can stop this awful, awful situation. So I think we're fine for now. It's a very small, very terrible prison, but Cyber Oracle will ultimately understand, I believe. Jack comes to save us. Jack succeeds, so Mr. Science can go back about his life again. Good. Have you make this horseshoe pin. Because of the way in which everyone's quite wounded right now, it might make a good deal of sense for us to put everybody onto, what's it called? Onto open schedule, so they're not forced to sleep, not forced to fight, not forced to work. They can just take care of themselves, hopefully. Are the mental breaks because of difficulty level? So, Jim, it's a few things. Number one is difficulty level. Number two is every time we make a new base, all of the sources of joy disappear at once. So, previously, little Timmy was doing well for having a very nice bedroom and a very nice dining room, and those just don't exist anymore. Furthermore, the long time on the raft, or the boat rather, made it so our characters can't have any recreation. Also, we're out of food. Also, a lot of things. So just trying to keep them happy or not panicked until I can get things fixed is what we're going for. We release Cyber Oracle. They will then come back to our team again. There is a source of joy now, thank goodness. Cheeky Lee, you're now a high school teacher. Hey, awesome! Congratulations. I hope it's going well. I hope the students are respectful and attentive as they ought to be, of course. And that's a good job for you, I'm sure. I hope it's going very, very well. You're also going to be an adjunct professor at a local college. Cool. I hope you enjoy your adjuncting. Community colleges are absolutely great. Or is it local college? If it's community college, I took community college classes when I was a young man, and it was some of the best education I've ever gotten because the teachers actually cared about me. Where I think at the bigger school, I was just a number at times. George Plays Twitch, thank you for gifting a subscription to Old Beard also. Such generosity today. So many gift subs already. Thank you very much for them. Really, really. Local college. Cool. I hope it's a good time. I hope the adjuncting goes well. Hopefully you can keep on doing what you're doing. Yeah, I was a student who did community college because he had no idea what he wanted to be, what he wanted to do with himself. And so the community college was a place where the students were very serious in general. Because I find that in many four-year schools, a lot of students are just doing the thing that they are told to do, as opposed to the thing that they want to do. Many of them are just following their parents' instruction to go do this next. Kib's gonna go smash stuff up for a while, because he doesn't like the food he's been eating. Yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible, I agree. Now, where's my telescope? If we could just find the telescope, everything would be good again. It's in the pile somewhere, though underneath the boat most likely. So here's our starting table. If we move the table back home, we can just set it up there and then make some place to sit, and this will make them a little bit happier, hopefully. Chicky Lee, my big news is I live in Tokyo now. You're speaking to me across the globe. It's a life, I suppose. I'm going to click through all the hidden spots here until we eventually find, there it is, the telescope. Alright, so it can go here, source of more joy. Timmy has not raised mood because he's sleeping. I'm going to force him to wake up now. He'll go have fun. I actually don't know how many characters can simultaneously use one joy source. They may be able to stand in every one of those occasions. Hey, little Timmy has gone catatonic. Oh man. A total mental breakdown, entered a catatonic state. He'll recover in a few days, don't you worry. Little Timmy on the way to happiness and glory once more. Alright, this bed right here is for our friend Little Timmy. Cyber Oracle, please rescue him in. This bed here should be for another one of the couples. So Mr. Science's coupledom's already set up. Kibbs, who do you love? Kibbs is married to Jack. Alright, this bed for Kibbs and Jack, sitting in a bag, I suppose? I don't know, it's not quite a tree at least. Kibbs and Jack, good. We should then have one more unplaced double bedroll. Or it may have just been destroyed in the recent tantrum. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, so we'll see, we'll see. Catatonic is a kind of adaptation. He won't be upset for 5 days. It's true. Catatonia means he's going to be on his own, hanging out. That'll be good. Ryan Ross, how's it going? I want to say thank you for the raid the other day. You have so much energy. Ryan Ross is someone that we raid hosted recently. I believe Ryan Ross is a live stream content creator as a profession for one of the games companies, I think. Whichever way, you have so much energy. I do not know how you maintain it over the course of a stream. Like, I can be big energy person for all of 10 minutes, and then I need to take a little nap right away. But welcome and thank you. It was a fun time getting to know you and your stream community. So, are you still playing Rimworld? Are you on to a different game now? Or are we doing CK3 maybe? You may be on CK3 still. Whichever way. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's the shouty hosty thing. If you're interested in meeting someone who's very, very nice, very, very kind, and has a ton of energy as a human being, consider throwing a follow over there. Hey, Natfire, thank you, my friend, for your generous subscription gifted to Ryan. Also, look at that. Just like that, you can hang out with no ads and all the emotes and all the rest. Thank you, Natfire, for your kindness. And yeah, really generous day so far. I appreciate it a whole bunch. What I do not appreciate is that everyone is so unhappy. This is the issue. I need to have someone else doing the work of construction, because it's just not getting done right now, and everything is horrible. So, Mr. Science, you are my cook. We need to get cooking going. Cyber Oracle, I'm going to stop cooking and have you go on to construction job 1 just to get it done. Good call. Also, the crossword. In just, I don't know, 45 minutes, we'll start today's crossword. It'll be a Thursday crossword puzzle, and that one should be a little bit more challenging. Speaking of challenges, Unnamed Comet ate some raw food, is absolutely furious over it, is now wandering about, insulting everyone. Oh, Unnamed Comet. What awful things do you say? You slandered Cyber Oracle's recreational preferences. What? What? Trigger happy, like shooting for recreation, apparently. That's fine. I mean, it's a little wasteful of ammo, but if that's what you like doing, that's what you like doing. I need to do something. There's something that came to mind while I was talking. Right, food. So we brought no batteries here as we have no power production right now. And so I think we're just going to make a, what's it called? We're just going to make a fire for right now to begin producing any food of any sort. I'll put it in a little corner here. We'll at least still have a roof over top of it. So Cyber Oracle, make this first, and that will let Mr. Science then begin making some food of really any kind. Make 4 at a time forever. Make 1 at a time forever. We'll need to stop this eventually, but forever is just fine right now. Okay. No one is starving. Our animals are wandering freely. We will get through this, but it is... Like, if we get raided right now, it's just going to be GG well played. Like, there'll be nothing else to say other than we're just dead now. Do we have other little beds to bring in? Or have I moved them already? Mr. Science is going to break random things. Good, 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 good. So far only breaking leather and such. We're very low on food. This is good. Hey, local Vale, we do have boats. Which storyteller am I using? This is Randy Random Blood and Dust level. Everything was fine until we moved bases. We do not need all of these shelves right now. Cyber Oracle, I need you to move the table over if you please. And then move the telescope over. So Kibbs is the character who is in the best mood right now. Lewis and Clark went across the continent, did better than these people. I think one of them, I think it was Meriwether Lewis, had like terrible depression and didn't understand the point of any of it. But he still showed up and kept walking. Yeah, these would have a hard time. Hello, Cert, it's good to see you. Back to where we began, back to Rimworld, absolutely. This is one of those games we will always play and always have a good time with. It's one that I've never, ever, ever mind playing. It's a good game through and through. Unfortunately, I am just stuck in not being able to get things finished right now. So Timmy catatonic. Kibbs is missing an arm and a leg. Kibbs is not a good constructor. Cyber Oracle is getting it done good. I have a round the world goal. How does that stop you? Isn't the planet mostly one large landmass that doesn't loop around? In world setup, when you're first making your map, there's a slider that says like world coverage, I believe, land coverage, and you can take it from 30%, which is the default, and kick it all the way up to 100%. And the game takes a while to load then, but then you can go all the way around. It's pretty cool. And so we started our playthrough right over here, right over here, right, oh gosh, where do we start? Right over here. That's base number 1. We then went base number 2 is somewhere in here. Then base number 3 is there. That's actually base number 2 there, I apologize. Then base number 3 is out in the middle of the desert, I thought. Well, I'm getting lost. Whatever way we stopped here, and then we stopped here, and then we stopped here, and then we took the boat all the way down to here. And this has been the bit of the issue right now, is that boat trip took everything out of us, and we're just trying to recover off of that. I'm about a third away around the world though, so a nice start. We'll see if that can continue, or if it all just burning down, everything's on fire. It's not our best experience. Jack in very good mood. Jack is making bricks. We could use bricks to begin to make a room. As right now, that's less important than just getting our table up. So friend Jack, you become constructor-in-chief. Make me a chair, please. How long did the boat trip take in total, or did the whole trip take? So we're on day 216. We've been here for a while. And yep, the boat we're using is called Boats Continued. If you want to see all the mods, just exclamation point mods, and you'll see all the mods we're using. There aren't too many of them. No mental breaks, please. The table has been made. We're going in the right direction. Just get me one chair. We have genuinely no food. So, Mr. Science needs to eat. We've been insulted many, many times. We need to kill some animal to get meat to begin to have food again. I keep saying we need. This is all true, but I don't know in what order we need. Like, things like starving. This is definitely emergency, wee-oo. We're going to fight an emu. These do revenge almost certainly. Good misses. Just me and my. There is additional food to grab here. It's not yet fully grown, so we can't harvest it quite yet. Mr. Science is starving. I might need to kill one of our own muffaloos. We'll see how this goes. Oh, again with the missing. I really do not want to become cannibalistic. At Cyber Oracle, you have a rifle also. It's been hit once at least. An unnamed comet comes to yell, 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 cause a scene. So we're little Timmy functional. We'd have little Timmy do the hunting right now. This emu, though, is far faster than any of us, unfortunately. There's the revenge. It's moving very slowly, though, so Mr. Science can just keep shooting. Mr. Science takes it out. We have it go ahead and be hunted now. That will finish it off with no loss of meat. Mr. Science, we'll have you please hunt that one. Okay. While they're finishing off that animal, there's no place right here to haul in animal bodies. So let me go ahead and remove a little bit here, and we'll then set up a new stockpile zone that is just for the corpses of the to be consumed. Good enough. Good enough. Is damage during combat different than damage during hunting? It is exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same amount of damage all the way through. Here, no humans allowed. Only allowing fresh animals to go there. And then we need some kind of butchering table. We have steel. We had wood. There's not very much wood in this map here. But we will hopefully be able to make a butchering table out of steel instead. Yeah, we have what we need. Hey, Local Val, I'm glad you're new to the channel. Thanks for the follow. I tend not to call out all the follows, but thank you for yours for sure. It is very nice to have you with us. Best constructor who is functional. Polizia, non-functional. Jack, please make that butcher's table. Okay, unnamed comets, Mr. Science, both back to normal mood again. Mr. Science, no major damages. Unnamed comet, no major damages, all fine. I look British. I don't know what British people look like. I'm just me, you know, resorty. I genuinely do not know what British people look like, but I'm taking these walls apart to get the wood back. We need 20 only. Don't use them on the chairs. We got 8 back. Break that. That's 42. Good. Make butcher table. Great. No lost fingers yet. It's true. It's true. Maybe I'm a British person who's very good at suppressing my accent. That's a story I'm going to go with this time. That seems likely. Need to use the Mid-Atlantic accent. Say, fellows, it's good to be here with you today. Clearly, in a day such as this day, the finest of day. Just like that. Science guy, I know you want to sleep. I just need some food, though. Kill our cougar? No, that's Jack Craft. We can't kill our cougar. Science guy, I know you want to eat that. Stop holding the meat. We're going to have 3 meals very, very soon here. No eating the meat. No eating the meat. 1 meal. No eating the meat. I'll release you. Eat the meal. Good. We got to get more food again. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Large animals that don't revenge. There are none. We're unfortunately all terribly beaten up right now, and so we're not in good shape to actually go fight anything. So among our friendly animals here, unfortunately they're all named, and many of them are named after fine viewers here. So I'm considering, I'm considering getting rid of one of my muffalos. That'd be so much food all at once. But, okay, we do have agave again. This is not tasty food, but it is functional food. We'll have Kibs go harvest what they can. The other ones are not grown quite enough. Ask the viewers who wants to be eaten. That's a very strange question. Some years back, my mother purchased a book at the local Goodwill store called Eating Resorty. I didn't say Resorty, it said my real person name, but and she gave it to me as a gift. Like, isn't this funny? I didn't think it was funny at all. That's a very, very strange book title. And I have not actually read it, though I did glance through it a little bit. And it appears to be a book about, like, some boyfriend and girlfriend cannibalizing one another. And I think my mother purchased it based solely on the name, but I'm not sure if she was sending me a signal or what exactly. So, hey, people are throwing a party! Happy party, everybody! And the starvation continues. It's only Rog who is starving. And Politsia, a swordsman's in good health. Jack, a swordsperson, also in good health. Hunting with swords, definitely not the best idea ever. Kibbs is bringing enough food to make one more meal. Mr. Science stays at home to do a little bit more cooking. We just need to make sure that Rog eats, again, the only active starvation. We then want to make sure that any berry plants that can be harvested are being harvested. That is good. Rog, you can't eat raw, I'm sorry. Science guy, make one more meal for Rog. Only British people wear suits? No. Layer 8 is starting to roam away. If Layer 8 roams away, that's a good reason to go eat him. One moment. First though, Rog, you're gonna eat the one meal. Good. Now, I tend not to do this next thing, which is force all the animals into a caravan spot so that they don't all roam away. We should probably do just that. Yeah, I'm proud to say this American guy is plenty fancy with his fancy American guy suit. It's all very good. Meal number 2, glorious. So no more starvation, also glorious. Now, Timmy is best animal handler. Second best animal handler is Unnamed Comet. You are having a party. We cannot leave this party, though I very much would like to do so and get more food. But the party is actually raising everyone's mood quite a bit. We'll have the meleeers go to the party, and then I'm going to invite them to go do some melee hunting of smaller animals, most likely. How many limbs in total have been lost so far? I think 4 over the team, 2 of which are on Kibbs, but no absolute certainty on that one, unfortunately. I love that Layer 8 is trying to return to elephants. These are large. They must be my friends. Alright, so Unnamed Comet, your mood has improved quite a bit. We're going to say that's enough. So you're going to join us back to... Or join us to hauling that animal in. Are lost noses or fingers considered limbs? Thankfully, no. But we do have 2 missing noses and probably 7 missing fingers. It's all a little much TBH. Okay, eating berries, fine. Kibbs getting berries? Kibbs removed the berries from the trees and now getting more for us. Good. Mr. Science is feeding berries to the sleeping Timmy. That might give him food poisoning. Not ideal. I'm going to continue saying not ideal for a little bit. I think we want to hunt a Mega Sloth. That would help with the food situation so very, very much. So you're bringing food. Anyone who's not currently bringing me food is going to need to... Yeah, is going to need to help me with the hunting thing. Unnamed Comet, you're getting Layer 8, that's fine. Meleeers, we don't really want a melee fight, but if we need to, we will. Sub Oracle, sleep on the ground right there. You're fine. Maybe hunt the Muffalo first. No. The Muffalo, the problem is they're in a large stack. Oh, the Muffalo. The Muffalo we're not hunting. The Muffalo are a friend. Muffalo are food. Nope, other way. Muffalo are friends, not food. Yeah, I was going to say that we wouldn't hunt the Muffalo because they'd be in a pack, but it's actually elephants in packs. We'll be fine with Mega Sloth. Don't you worry, this is not my first rodeo, my friend. Don't you worry, I've been playing this game for a little bit of time. I'd like one more shooter, ideally. Unfortunately, Kibbs, I choose you. So we got 3 shooters and 2 swords dudes, and this is gonna be totally fine. Which, I mean, we're probably all gonna die. The Ancient Danger. As unnamed comet draws near some old wall, a sense of foreboding overcomes him. He isn't sure why, but he feels the dusty structure may, possibly, we'll see, contain great danger. Nah, it wouldn't dare. It wouldn't dare have danger. Okay, so we spread out now. There's the revenge, very good. It is beginning to be slowed. It's going to die in 19 hours. Mr. Science, start running. Okay, Cyber Oracle and Polizia begin running. Mr. Science, stay in place. Mr. Science, fire and run. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Good dodge, good dodge, good dodge. Come back towards the team, please. No friendly fire. Hey, there we go. Okay, that worked out very nicely. As long as Mega Sloth does not come back from the dead, we should be fine. A very slight misplay there, but Mr. Science dodged effectively. So, lots of meat. Science guy, bring it home. Bringing some food in. Only 2 starving now, but we'll be absolutely fine. Klaus, you're considering buying the Eating My Real Name book. If you do buy the book about cannibalizing someone of my name, it's a manga, I believe. Please do not tell me anything about it, because I don't want to ruin the story. The story of, you know, what on earth was my mother thinking while purchasing this for me? It's a very strange book idea. Kibbs, who's demented, is having a wander now. Kibbs is fine, don't you worry. We need to make sure that no one eats raw meat, but we will be fine on food in just a moment. And other lies I tell myself. Okay, so much meat getting cooked in huge stacks. Just watch the meat to make sure it's fine. Also, Jack Craft, our female cougar, is staying very close to the base right now. Probably gonna eat the meat, but we're now okay with that. Mr. Science is cooking very, very slowly because of all of this. He'll be fine. Just fine, just fine. Unnamed Comet, getting the animals in, super. My components are very soon going to be destroyed, so I'd like to invite Polizia to grab it and haul it in. Last base, I made the quote-unquote good decision of hauling just onto land first and then hauling to the base. And I would like to have done that this time too, but it's a little bit too late right now to make that decision. Okay, we go higher speed. Awesome. Food exists. Great. I feel under control. Okay, after a bit of panic, everything seems just fine. I would like to deal with putting the animals inside of a pen now. It's kind of sparse grass here, of course. We will plant hay grass eventually. For now, though, I would like to just make the pen, I think. So, granite pen. Let's go, let's go. Nice big old area for the happy animals to enjoy. I don't want to go over that grass. We'll go around it instead. I'll go down this way. Non-rectangular pens, your favorite and mine. Well, speaking of pens, as many of you know, there's a very fancy pen shop here in Tokyo. And my wife loves pens so very much. Not this kind, don't worry. She very much likes writing pens and what are they called? fountain pens especially. And so every time we go to the pen store together, she doesn't buy anything, but she looks lustfully at some in particular. And I'm trying to decide, should I purchase one of these pens for her, or will she take it as an imposition? Because that she hasn't bought it for herself yet is definitely something that I need to keep in mind. I need to consider the fact that she is intentionally not buying it. I think she thinks it's too much money. As I've mentioned previously, this pen store does have pens that are up in the $30,000 American. And so I'd like ideally to not spend that much on a pen. They're not the ones she wants. Those are like carefully carved ones. The one she wants is about, I think, $400, which is a lot of money for an ink pen. But they are her big hobby, so I don't know. Yeah, they're $30,000 pens here. Again, that's not what she's asking for. It's not what she's thinking about. It's just the kind of thing that is available there. It's ridiculous. Does my wife listen to podcasts? She does listen to podcasts. I don't remember whose she listens to most of all. I'm not going to get the name, unfortunately, but she's really into these kind of things. So she likes podcasts about pens. She likes podcasts about Japanese language, about pop culture. Anytime that Noms is home and we're not having an active conversation, she's in the process of consuming podcasts instead. As many of you know, it's just not a medium I've ever really been into. And so, Timmy has been catatonic now for about 2 days. This is fine. Jack is making that fence. This is not essential work, so I should probably hold off on actually doing this until we get this bed in place. Missing alpaca wool. What kind of wool do we have instead? Muffalo wool will be just fine. We also have a little bit of bearskin. We'll save the bearskin for a lovely rug in front of our fireplace. For now, the muffalo skin will be just fine for a bed to sleep in which to sleep. Good. Good. Yeah, next time at the pen shop, I'll try to take you all some photos. As I've mentioned previously, I feel very awkward taking photos in the pen store because it's so quiet. And because we're in Japan, our cell phones go click, click every time you use them. And so everyone will notice what you've done. And though the pens are somewhat artworks in their ways, I feel like the kind of thing that you really should buy if you want to show off. But maybe I'll pretend to be the dumb American and not know any better next time. Go ahead and make a bearskin small bed also. Could I ask for proprietor photography allowed? I could. And usually shops in Japan that do not want to have photos taken will have a sign, at least in Japanese, that says no photos. But yeah, absolutely we could do so. Unfortunately, it's not a small ma and pop shop, so it's not clear to me who to ask. Who else is hooked up here? Mr. Sciences, Unnamed Comet is. So Kibbs is already in bed with someone. So Rog and Science, Cyber Oracle, and Little Timmy, is that right? Nope, you're friends. Little Timmy is thus far unhooked up. Politsia, Unnamed Comet, get this bed together. Politsia and Unnamed Comet. Almost everyone has a bed now. We're so darn close. Go to sleep there. That's good. Shutter sound's an option you disable. So Drakthor, by law, that's not the case here. By law, any phone sold in Japan must have the shutter sound on. There may be a way to disable it, but it's a shameful thing to do. And you might say, Resorty, why do they have to have clicker sounds? And I will direct you towards various anime to find your answer. Yeah, it's a thing about the society. It's one of these things. It's a very sad thing, but yeah. So, how it goes. I could probably ask the proprietor, hey, I have friends back in America. I'd like to show how your pen store looks. Can I take a photo? That's very nice. The only thing, though, is that anyone who's not an American is not allowed to watch the stream that day. Because I've lied to the proprietor. I've told the proprietor that we're just showing the Americans. Then there you are, non-Americans, enjoying this man's pen store. Absolutely unacceptable. The last bed is created. I believe that everyone in the place is asleep now. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee, it's getting done. And do we have any wood? The answer is probably no. Let's go instead of having wooden seats, let's go ahead and create some basic stools upon which to sit. More granite stools. A little bit sore, but better than sitting in the dirt, I suppose. I didn't say it's only Americans that want to see it. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Exclusion by ambiguity. I'm sure my unfortunately deceived fellow will totally accept my reasoning. Mr. Science looks upon the sky, imagines the stars, loves what they see. Okay. If we just don't have a raid for a little bit, I think we're gonna be okay. So next step is probably dining room and barracks, and then we'll make a nice kitchen soon enough also. So this is storeroom here. We don't have geothermal geyser technology yet, so I don't quite know why I set up next to one, other than it had a wall for me to use. Proximity to field to freezer is very, very nice. So I do kind of want to finish the pen so I don't have to worry about this anymore. Yeah, let me finish the pen just because it's been created partially. And then let's work from where the freezer is going to be. I will not build it yet, but just keeping in mind what it's going to be. So we want to have an outport. That's right, we call it an outport now. We'll say right here or so. And we'll have a little always popular air lock. Let me forbid this, we don't build it yet. We'll then continue on from there. Door. The little, I don't know what it was called, little nook here, so it's non-rectangular. And then that's gonna be more than large enough for right now. Okay. Butcher's table, shelf, airlock number 2. Goes over to the kitchen, which, sure, this looks kitchen-y, why not? Let's forbid what we built again. Okay. Move our horseshoe pin. I need to think about doors. So one problem at our last base is I did not do a good job of considering where the various doors should go. And so we had only one door coming out of the freezer, so people were constantly walking in and out of the freezer, and that was kind of weird. So instead we'll put a door right there. And steel is going to be the door material of the day, I think. Though on this map there's not that much apparent steel. There is some out on the ocean. We can work our way to that perhaps, but we'll see. I refuse to use stone doors, of course, the outer doors. So that's pretty nicely kitchen-y. I guess we can keep the dining room basically right where it is. So kitchen door across the way. Nice. Forbid again. And then rightful dining room. Move the telescope also. If this base actually survives, I'm going to be so unbelievably pleased, because I was fairly sure it was all just breaking apart. Not the world's biggest, but pretty good. I'd like to move this telescope, because it's just in the way right now. Thank you. Let's have one more door here also, I suppose. We need to have a door hallway. Oh, multiple doors, all good. Door interchange, perhaps. We recovered from the initial chaos of the base. Yeah, again, the second base in a row where we're attacked while setting up. It feels so horrible to have that happen. It's just not fun. Alright, what a nice looking dining room. And maybe a hallway along in here. Yeah, that's pretty. It's definitely pretty. Forbid you again. work on making my beautiful fence first. Okay, it might make sense for us to have... Actually, I want to move the whole table a little bit. And the reason behind that is I want to be able to have people walk through both sides, including this corner, without being stopped at all. So move everything over just one step and down one step, I think. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. We don't need to make these doors quite yet. They're working on making the beast tame again. Or I guess tame for the first time. Like giving it more and more meat. Yeah, the tameness has dropped off gradually. It was tame once upon a time and then not as much as it should be. Alright, so lower this to here as well. Unfortunately, the bodies are going bad. We need to make sure those bodies get put away at some point. That's not high priority. The stockpile, I think a stockpile we had here has gone away. I don't know where it went. That means my items out here are still being destroyed. Did we get those components hauled in? Boy, howdy, I hope so. We did. We have 2 components in terrible condition, but they're still ours. Also, it's 29C outside. We don't have many cowboy hats, perhaps no cowboy hats. And so it might be a good idea for us to make some more soon. Now, we've cooked our way through all of that meat. We have enough food for a day and a half-ish. We'll get more going soon. Okay, reinstall you there. Fine. And then one more wall, like so. Have a door here. Someone made a masterwork item. Behold, a masterwork quality shelf. Oh boy. Among the possible things to get, among the possible things to make a masterwork quality, I guess that's one. Maybe. Mr. Science is mocking us, pulling out his good skills, only to make a shelf. Alright. Forbid. The pen is mostly done. Soon the animals will run free. It'll be glorious. As the grass is consumed, we'll gradually plant more and more dandelions. I just like imagining them enjoying the grass and that's covering it over. It isn't considered art. You're exactly right. There are some items that, even if they're very high quality, do not get art tags. Why is it in bad shape? So earlier there was a rampage or a tantrum maybe that caused someone to go beat up things. They beat up the half-built granite shelf. Not all the way, but very close to all the way. And so the masterwork is, despite its ruined quality, people still look at it and say, oh, I see what you're going for. Modern art. No one understands it. Mr. Science says, yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. Obviously, good job. You interpreted that correctly. We should think about power production pretty soon as well. It's improved by its cracks. Oh, isn't this like Japanese art thing where the cracks are what makes it unique? You take the crack and then fill it with gold, and that gold shows you its brokenness. Like, all of us are broken. I don't mean to make fun of this, but at the same time, it's one of the very few things that are known about Japanese art outside of America, or outside of Japan rather. And so I've heard so many philosophy lectures that have talked about this as if it's something new they've discovered, something that like brand new on the scene. Like, no, this is I've heard so many lectures. No more, please. No more, please. Kintsugi. That's absolutely right. Thank you. Kintsugi. Working on the pen is definitely a bit of wasted time, but I'm continuing to just stare at it. Soon it'll be finished. I shouldn't be cynical about people's work. I'm sure it's still new to them and fascinating to them, but yeah, there are lots of art forms everywhere. Death Cab named an album after it. Is that Death Cab for Cutie? I don't think I know any Death Cab for Cutie music. It's just one of those bands I'm aware of, but not in a way to offer any interesting commentary, unfortunately. Okay. Getting people sleeping inside would be good. What's Japan up to these days? I don't know. What's Belgium up to these days? I mean, the big worry here is about North Korea, as always. They do launch missiles this way regularly. Idol groups, still very popular. These kind of performers who will give you access to all of their life and are like very carefully manicured individuals. And my students are all about them. That is absolutely the truth. What's Japan up to these days? Not keeping up with the dollar. Look here, you. Look here, you. My absolute poverty that comes from the exchange rate between the dollar and the yen cannot be discussed. Are hostess maid cafes still a thing? Absolutely. Absolutely a thing all the way. Yeah, I've never been to a maid cafe. I will never be to a maid cafe. If you're into it, cool, just not for old resorty here. I can't keep building out the base or I'll get confused. I know some people will build out the entire base before they even start on the map. They'll pause beginning and say, okay, this will be that kind of room, and this kind of room, and that is all just a little much for me, unfortunately. This is slightly too narrow for a research bench. But I think a little research bench nook there seems very, very delightful to me. Those of you who played Rimworld, how do you do these things? Do you lay out your entire base, or do you build as you go? Because again, I'm just not that smart to be able to plan it all ahead. It's too much thinking. And the one thing I don't like doing, thinking clearly. You build as you go also? Alright, nope, everyone builds as they go. You build as you go, even though you probably shouldn't. That's exactly it, local. Exactly it. We all know we should plan out more. And yet, we all build as we go, believing that, nope, there'll be no problems with my intuitive organic design. It will be perfect all the way. I have not moved any stones yet. We should move more and more and more of that. How old do Japanese people know English? Here are conflicting reports. So everyone is made to learn English in school. It's compulsory. That said, the vast majority of training in Japan is reading and writing. So though Japanese people, generally speaking, in the big cities at least, can understand English, they are terrified of producing it. They do not want to say the words. So if you really need help with finding directions in Japan, they can give it to you in English, generally speaking. They will just prefer not to do so. Now, older people, not so much. Outside the big cities, not so much. But that's how it tends to go. All right, we need to give this settlement a name. Friends, our 5th settlement. What should we call it? Lucky number 5? What's happened here so far? Well, generally every character has broken at least once. Even little Timmy the Optimist. Everyone's had a bad time. We call it early Raidville, Panic Town. I like it. Smash Bench. I don't want to get get sued by Smash Mouth. Panic Town's a good name. I'm gonna do the dangerous thing though. I'm gonna call it Lucky Panic Town, or Lucky Panic Town. We remember all the stories together. That's how this goes. Freak agreed. Yeah, Japan's a place where you should make the effort to learn a little bit of Japanese before you show up. Just how to order in restaurants and how to say hello, and that will serve you well enough. You do not need to be fluent by any means. It's very hard to get there, certainly. But just being able to say some basic words helps so much. It does show the Japanese folks and you're able to, if you've made an effort, and so they might make an effort also then. And now, with the proliferation of Google Translate and so on, you can have mediated conversations through your phone where you say, "Where is the bathroom, please?" And it then starts talking about the toiru. It's all delightful. How it goes. So if this is freezer, we're going to move Butcher's Table over. And I know my work queue is absolutely messed up right now. Also, we're down to only 6 meals. Okay, so cooking, Mr. Science, good to go. Cyber Oracle will add back in later. On hunting, Little Timmy's #1 still good. Research comes later. Well, friends, it's been another hour since last ad break. It's time to pause the game and take 3 minutes. I apologize. I didn't mention that till too late. Don't you worry, you're missing nothing. It is time for a little bit of crossword puzzle. I'm sorry, I'm usually better at announcing that. So, hello ads. Here, I'll be a good guy real quick. That's part we apologize. Ad viewers, sorry for not mentioning the ad. Heart Resorty. There you go. Oh yeah, we always pause the game here. Always pause the game here. Very sorry. Alright, welcome to the Thursday crossword puzzle while we're waiting. Bits of viral web content. Is it your friend and mine, the memes? I think so. A wee fellow. Could be an imp, could be an elf. Maybe they're kind of wee this way. Could be a tot. We'll see. Sonic the Hedgehog Company. Sega. Praise to the heavens. Exalt, maybe? What's the down? Blank school. Intend destination for some undergrads in organic chem. Med school. End of semester test. It's the big old exam. Hey, George plays Twitch. Thank you for the generous gift sub to Toasted Wookie, so Toasted Wookie may see the best part of the game. Election day surveys. They're called straw polls. No, they're not. They're called... What are they called? Exit polls. When people exit the poll, you ask them who they voted for, and people lie constantly. Senegal's capital. This is, of course, Dakar. This is how Octavia Chris Arcton, I believe, would always say where she's reporting from an NPR. This is Octavia Chris Arcton from Dakar in Senegal. Taverns. Drinking establishments. Bars, not sure. Take a blank of faith. Leap of faith, leap of faith. Rod connected to a wheel is an axle. I believe it's LE. Eating patterns, one's diets. Good. Seinfeld character known for his, oh, I love it, mulligatawny and cantankerous demeanor. The soup Nazi, so-called. Wow, I've actually never seen the word Nazi in a crossword puzzle. That's not to say it does not happen. I've just never actually seen it, and I've been solving pretty regularly for years now. Disney's Queen of Arundel is Elsa. Secluded Valley's a Glen. Doomcough, that's an ass. Taverns are ale houses. Dole out is to meet out. This is our 4th day in a row of having a meet, either in the New Yorker or New York Times. Classic children's book character who goes wrong in a Broadway farce. If you've never seen Peter Pan Goes Wrong, it is hilarious. It is the standard Peter Pan story of, little green-clad man flying into the window and fairy dust. And in this show, like the set catches on fire, the various characters forget their lines. It is so funny. Strongly encouraged. Sofa or stool, perhaps. A seat, maybe. It has to be blank to be believed, has to be seen to be believed. Do some lawn maintenance, probably mow. Carb eschewing regimen for short is keto. Present day VIP. What's the present day? It's Santa on Christmas. Actress Mendez or Longoria is Eva, I believe. Banished from one's homeland is exiled. Alphabet enders. Oh, are we Canadians today? No, we're not. They're Z's, not Z's, because TD here would make no sense. Grand Blank National Park is Grand Teton. Very good. Let me see if I can get this long one, and then we'll get back to our Rimworld game. Pair in a biblical story about an underdog's unlikely triumph. Well, we got this one for sure. It's going to be our friends David and Goliath the Giant. Mars, the Greeks, that's Ares. Scarlet Letter, oh, no more. A good start on this fine Thursday puzzle. Welcome back then to our Rimworld adventure. We'll see how much longer this thing holds on before all falls apart. And again, I've never seen Nazi in a puzzle before. I wonder if the New York Times actually has a very strong prohibition on it. The New York Times, generally speaking, does not allow cursing in the puzzle. The word asses is allowed to be used in terms of idiots and in terms of donkeys, and nothing past that. I believe the word crap was used in the New York Times puzzle once in the past 2 years, and it was a bit of a scandal when it was used. So, welcome to the things that crossword solvers worry about. As my hunter is still knocked out, I may promote someone else to hunter-in-chief, just to grab the rats and hares and iguana, and then we'll team up and hit the large animals. Probably the rhino next, because it's at least alone out there. So, next best hunter. Crossword scales are great. Yeah, you may have heard about the big crossword puzzle. It was in the New York Times probably 5 or 6 years ago. Maybe even longer than that. There was a clue that was, this is like being hit in the head in baseball. The word is, and I quote, beaners. Beanball is used more commonly, but beaners. And this is a racial term for people of Hispanic origin, of course. And it went published, it went in the paper, etc. And they got so much angry mail over it. And Will Shorts, the puzzle editor, said, I have never heard that word before used in that way. And I'm happy to say, as someone who's watched a bunch of baseball, I've never heard the word beaner used instead of beanball. So there you go. That's the big crossword scandal of the past decade, surely. But Will Shorts got to keep his job, as it perhaps should be. Alright, so in Ray hunting, unnamed comment, you're going to take over on that one, for sure. Today you learned a new slur. That's why you come to the Resorty channel, learn all the dirty words. Oh, speaking of which, my poor sweet wife. So when I first started learning Japanese, I asked her jokingly, do you know any of the, do you know any of the Japanese curse words? And she actually doesn't. Now that said, there aren't really curse words in Japanese in the same way there are in English and other languages. The insults are, to my ear, very funny. But she said that she doesn't know any dirty words at all. She knows like childish words for bodily functions, which are in some measure very unclean, or not a proper conversation. But past that, she's not been able to teach me the dirty words, which is probably for the best. Hey, Snoot, how's it going? Caravanning, a thing you avoid like a plague. I used to avoid that also. Caravans are still kind of terrifying, but we're enjoying them quite a bit. So, it's good. Okay. Finnish profanity is the most developed. Really? I know nothing about Finnish whatsoever. And so I'll need to, at some point, get my training in all things Finnish vulgarity. Just not live on stream. I shouldn't do that. I'm going to move the corp zone into here. And paste the settings there. And then get rid of the one out of here. Already did that. The whole Wikipedia article on it? Okay. I'll pull that up after stream then and read about Canadian vulgarity. That should be fun. The mighty pen is almost done. Japanese do not have many profanities. Yeah, Freak, you're absolutely right. That's what it seems to be for me. And my students who are Japanese use English curse words more often than I'd expect them to. Because I don't think they get don't feel the, negative resonances of them in a way that I would expect. I've mentioned before, my Japanese students also speak so freely about their weekend plans. They will come right out and say, I'll ask, hey, what are you doing this weekend? What are you doing this weekend? And they'll say, getting drunk. And I'll say, wait, I'm your professor. You don't say that. But of course they do. They're getting drunk. That's the plan. Romanian has a lot of profanity also. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to learn about these things. It's a solid plan. I mean, it is. I'm just not used to my students in the US ever saying that. It just does not happen. Let's go and make the power producers, and then we'll make the actual rooms. And I think what I'm going to do is power production, and then defensive structure of some sort. On this base, we're not going to have a wall, unless we wait very, very late. So I'll probably put a little pillbox in each direction a little bit. So we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Hey, Snoot, glad you're enjoying hanging out. Thanks for that follow. I don't think follows. Whoops, sorry. One of these days I'll remember we do not thank followers anymore. We stopped doing that, but I still want to be appreciative anyway. Yeah. Alright, so we'll cut through here. Should all be plugged in then. Let's go around the side. Do you want to unfollow and refollow? Hey, it's up to you. I promise I'll not thank you this next time. Yeah, the community is split on the question of whether calling out followers makes them feel bad or good. And so I err rather on the side of caution with that. We should also get our stockpile room closed at some point. And also, you know, make an oven. That'd be good too. Makes you feel good to say it? Oh no, see, this is the problem. Why are the people not all exactly the same? I need all humans to have the exact same responses to everything I do. It'd be so much easier then. Call them out? Oh boy. Oh boy. I've trained myself recently to not call people out. It's too much, too much, too much. Okay, door here, door here. We have basically no steel, which is to say we have limited wood, but I should use that limited wood for making doors. Actually, some of the doors are internal. The internal doors we just make with stone. Any door that's not going to be opened regularly will stay wide open, not be closed regularly. And then we'll be able to find enough wood, hopefully, on the cactuses and such. Next, we're going to research cutting or growing trees. That'd be very useful, I believe. That should be good. 2 components needed. We have 2 components. There are more components here. Fantastic. Now, Miner in Chief, I believe I moved on to hunting, yes? Cyber Oracle, stop constructing. Yes, mining instead. No crafting right now. No hauling for you right now. Still, I get that. It's a strange thing, because some viewers want to feel like you know, they're the star of the show. Like, I followed you. You must say, I appreciate you. Other people say, no, I don't want to be noticed. I don't want to, you know, cause an ordeal. It's me hiding in the background. Don't you worry about little me. And so it's an interesting balance, I think. So that's how it goes. All right. Wooden door. Hey, a slaver's visiting us. We have very little money, I believe. We have 400 money or so. We could dig more out of the walls, but we brought steel via this tool cabinet. It has, what, 200 steel inside of it? Mortar research done. Nice. Okay, if I end up putting my crafting room just south of the storeroom, this will live roughly here for now. We might destroy that. Hello, Rask. What is this game? Are you actually asking? Is this a joke? It's maybe a joke. This is a game called Rimworld. If you do not know Rimworld, boy howdy, you're missing out. It's a wonderful game that I love so very, very much. It's a game I'll never get tired of playing, and it's a game that I encourage you to check out yourself if you do not know it, because it is just a lot of fun. It's known to you. Awesome. Yeah, it's called Rimworld. R-I-M World. It's really, really, really fun. I'm going to move my granite stones here so they're able to be broken apart a little bit faster without so much walking. Good. Rimworld's like Candy Crush. Things fall and disappear. Man, if Rimworld were just about making things match, I would not exactly mind that. That would be a-okay. Let's say hello to the slavers. Anybody want to buy a Timmy? Anybody interested in buying one Timmy barely used? They want to buy the Cougar. They'll sell me a Warg. I'd like their fancy medicine if possible. And I have so much gold. I'm going to go ahead and sell quite a bit of that for right now. And nowhere near enough money to hire a person. We'll ignore that for right now. Okay. The settings for starting a new game in Rimworld are intimidating. You always want to try. This is a tutorial mode. They added a tutorial fairly recently that would allow you to just drop into a basic world called the Temperate Forest, and it'll teach you what you need to know to do the basics in the game. Now, will it teach you everything? Heck no. Absolutely not. But it's a really, really fun game anyway. You feel like Rimworld's way more widespread than it actually is. See, I do also. I assume that almost no one knows Rimworld, but then, this past week, a student asked me, hey, what kind of games you play? And I said, you know, ones where you stare at the map and push buttons occasionally, nothing too fast going. He said, name some. I said, oh, you know, Crusader Kings 3, Rimworld. And he'd say, whoa, you play with combat extended or no? I said, my goodness, for the first time in my entire life, a student has approached me actually knowing what Rimworld was. That was amazing. It made me very, very happy. So, very, very pleased about that. All right, free those animals. They're stuck in a pen but should not be here until this thing is made. A man of culture, absolutely. This is not quite as good as the Swedish student I had a while back. We were in an elevator together, and I wasn't exactly sure what to talk about. I was like, hey, where are you from? And he said, oh, I'm from Sweden. And I said, oh, let me tell you. Oh, no, I said, where in Sweden? And he mentioned one of the counties of Sweden. And I said, oh, that's in the east. And he said, wait, how do you know that? No one knows these things. And I said, well, I spend a lot of time looking at the map of Sweden. And he said, well, what do you mean? And I said, you know about Paradox Games, right? And he was over the top delighted that I knew the great games company of his nation. It was a nice moment for sure. But yes, I understand the map of Sweden perhaps better than anywhere in the world except for Japan and the U.S. Okay, Cyber Oracle, the 30 grant blocks. I took Cyber Oracle off crafting. I didn't take Jack off of crafting, so we're good to go on that. This medicine I'd like to have hauled over. So the morning kibs, please shift that, thank you. I make you proud, my knowledge of Sweden? Absolutely. Maybe one of these days I can draw an entire map of Sweden from my head. Again, I have the East down pretty well, because I spend a lot of time on various Ångermanland playthroughs, and the capital's there also, but someday I'll learn all of Scandinavia. That'll be the absolute goal of this life. Hey, dude, I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out. Yeah, in the Rimworld directory, we tend to find a lot of very nice people that are cool to hang out with, and so I'm very glad that you're here and having a good time. How much more steel we need? 10 more steel. It's there. Behold, behold, behold. Do I trust Jack to make this thing? With your 7 in construction, you're weekly a professional. Let's say once a week you go in and do some work. A weekly professional. We'll see what happens. We want to have a battery also. This is probably just going to stay outside. So for the moment, I'm okay building a battery along the wall there. And make sure we roof it. Cool. Now, what consumers do I have currently? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, anyone have at least the stove made in our little kitchen here? Put it on this side, fine. We'll have some shelf here for finished food also. We don't have any place to defend ourselves, but at least we have shelves. Oh, we have no wood for the fireplace. Sorry, campfire. Clearly an issue. We've wasted so much wood, unfortunately, but we'll get some more right soon. Gotta keep an eye on people eating raw food. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Okay. So science guy, we'll have you refill. You're doing it. Great. This is out of doors, and so it's going to explode in a torrent of fire once the rain comes in. We do have power now. I'm going to unforbid the kitchen. Oh, sorry. I thought it was a stove. It's in fact a shelf. A shelf. You're putting this game on a list for when it goes on sale? Awesome. I will let the developers know that I've sold yet another copy of their game. That's what we do in this channel, is sell copies of Rimworld forever and always. I want to believe I've sold at least 50 copies of this game, but probably even more than that over the many, many, many years. Just a normal, boring shelf. Not like the beautiful Masterwork shelf here. Oh. A Masterwork shelf I'll put in someone's bedroom eventually. They can put their knickknacks, trinkets, gewgaws, and all the rest. You're an old Age of Empires 2 guy. I've never played Age of Empires 2. I've heard such good things about it over many, many, many years. I've never played it. Okay, because we're consuming really unnamed, you're not in that bad of a mood. Insulted twice, ate raw food. It's acting like the sky is falling in. At least it's a wander. It's not a let's go yell at everybody. Okay, I need to borrow a daytime crafter for 1 moment. Cyber Oracle's nighttime, Jack's nighttime. Mr. Science, I presume. When that cooking is done, let's get some stones made. And the reason for that is to get this room made so we can have a roof on top of the batteries. Are these vehicle framework boats? Yes. I have a mod called Boats Continued. I tend not to use any mods at all, but for this playthrough, we want to go across water occasionally. So, should be good. Should be good. I haven't marked any of these to haul yet. We'll mark them all to get moved in. This is also helping us avoid having cover for enemies. Speaking of cover, so when those stones are finished, I immediately take them to make this. We have to have 30. I forbid them for right now. I tend to watch one job. Oh, this cougar's our friend. Yeah, we're their predator in the base. I attack it. Yeah, this cougar's our buddy. We recruited them earlier. All right, so now science guy. You're working on that. Kibbs. Science guy, make this. Wait, so we got the... Oh, I unforbade them. Unforbidden them? I unforbode? I have a sense of foreboding. All right. Make that pen marker. Hello, Max. Rimworld started the game? Yeah, but in this case, we're 220 days in. 220 days in? It's very early days on this base. This is our 5th base. Okay, so all the animals will be taken into here now, when they're not quite there yet. We then replace this again. And yeah, I think I really enjoy very late game Rimworld and very early game Rimworld, but the in-between where nothing much is happening and we're kind of just hanging out, I don't enjoy that quite so much. Did I bring any lamps with me? I did not. I want to have a separate steel stockpile so we can keep an eye easily on how much steel we have. Because we're not using the geyser anytime soon, we're going to set up the stockpile right there. Oh, actually, I meant to make this a research room, which is very strangely placed given the geyser there. We'll sort that out eventually. Don't you worry, don't you worry. All right, bring me a stockpile zone of steel and wood. It all lives there. And how are we going to do this now? Sure, that is fine. It's beautiful. I made it just the way I wanted it. I love it. Not big enough for long term, but short term it'll work okay. Now that we have a proper stove, we're going to add in what? Again, simple meals until we have, so now not forever. Now we'll do just until 20 and unpause at, I don't know. We have 8 characters, so we'll unpause that at 9, at 7. And anybody can make them, and we throw them on the floor. Good. As I said earlier, at last base, I need to have more traps placed towards center base. Timmy returns! After genuinely 6 or 7 days, little Timmy is back with us once more. No longer catatonic. So where is Timmy's rifle? I believe I get a Cyber Oracle. Yes. The Cyber Oracle, drop your gun on the ground, please. Great. Timmy, take up your weapon once more. And Cyber Oracle, your shooting is not very good. Your melee is not very good. You are trigger happy, though. We do the fast shooting revolver and have so many blasts going everywhere. That said, our revolver's coming apart at the seams. It's been dropped on the ground and caught on fire and everything else. So we'll make more revolvers fairly soon, I think. I want to have shelves in this room eventually. That's down the line a bit. Timmy's alive? Last time we were here, he had malaria. Somehow we have not lost any characters in this playthrough except for one. And that one was one shot before we had armored vests on. It was a dismaying moment when I peeked out to throw a grenade in a very awkward location. And a great bow got him through the liver, the kidney, some important organ meat. I don't recall which one though. So we're doing this until we have 110. Fine. Let me think a little bit now about traps and places to fight. Because they have the kitchen at least. This, before I forget also, before I forget that I'll forget, we want to put a granite door here that we hold open. We then want a wooden door right here. We then want to destroy this thing. Good stuff. Now, before I forget, we need to put some traps and a defensive area in place. So, some barricades made of granite. This area is so unfortunate because enemies may spawn an attack immediately, even if they don't mean to do so. Right? Even if they're waiting and wandering, it might cause some problems. So door right there, door right there. We'll put a little defensive area right here. Cool. And then enemies shouldn't come from the beach, but they could. They could. So I'll put a defensive area right here, which is kind of farther out. And so we'll want to have a road that goes to that one, I believe. And then I'll probably end up making a wall on the backside eventually. Right now I'll put one on the corner here. That one's kind of big, but it's okay. This one I'll seal off on all sides to slow down anyone who comes at us. Bulk good traders here, fantastic. That's the kind of visitors we very much want to see, as they're the kind that will have the items that we might care about, including food notably. Hello everyone! They will sell me, they'll sell me female goats. We do not have a female goat right now. We have only males. The female was lost in the great loading the boat incident of last base. A cow would be really cool also for the milk. So I want to get both those animals probably. They have so many components. We'll go ahead and buy 20 of those straight up. Actually, let's buy all of them. Let's be a big old greedy smurf and take every single one. Now, can I afford to buy that? Here are some old lousy clothes. Definitely not our best at work. Here's some old lousy pants also. We need to make more clothes fairly soon. Okay, so we got to get another 1,000 money. Don't see that happening, but here, there is more gold on this map, so let's sell 50 more of you. And quite a bit of camel hide, we'll sell all of that. All that bird skin. Anything lower than 50? Oh, we're close. Oh, we're close. That's a muffalo wool, we're not in a cold place at all. Heavy fur. Behold! We've exchanged for a cow and a goat both. Now that goat is joining a team of goats already named after Avengers. So we have Ant-Man, the Hulk, and There was a third one. I don't remember which one it was. This one, though, needs a new name. We're going to call you Hawkeye. Either Alan Alda's character or Jeremy Renner, I believe. Maybe. And the cow. I mean, Betsy is the standard name. What's a better name for a cow, though? Don't have a. Or Holy. Let's go with Holy, a la Harry Carey's call from long ago. That'd be good. That'd be good. Things they are getting done. I feel like I can breathe. It's nice to be able to breathe a little bit. It's nice to have our people largely under mental control again. We're really benefiting in every move from our characters resetting their expectations. When the base first starts has no value at all, it's absolutely okay to have needs not all met. Now, that said, people are not really doing any work. That means there's no harvesting to do notably. What it also means is the chunk pile is full. So we'll go and fill that up some more. This is providing cover for enemies on the corner here, but it's far enough away we're not too concerned. We'll have to move more out of the way. Kib, you set up not to haul? No, it's always hauling to do. Always money in the banana stand, and there's always hauling to do, thankfully. At some point, we need to move to package survival meals again. We are not currently at that point. I'm happy to report there's a lot of things to do, but making package survival meals is not one of them. We'll take a couple of our big old shelves here and dump them into this room. Put some food on the shelf. And move a second one over also. Let's move this one over. This will be just for raw food after a bit. We do have an incendiary launcher still. Gotta remember that in case we find, oh, it has almost no HP left. Yeah, all these weapons sat in the water for so long out at the boats, but it might be better to unload items one at a time from the boat to make sure we are able to get them all inside. Okay, as far as building goes, I'm gonna stop that building for right now and turn the dining room, because dining room improvement would make everybody so darn happy. Try to make sure we don't turn on everything all at once. Animals walking in my dining room. Right now the dining room is literally everywhere outside. Good. Gonna need some lamps pretty soon. We currently have a little steel, but not much. We'll mark more. Can supplies take water damage from sit in the water for too long? Yeah, absolutely. Anything in water other than the boats will gradually take damage, and it will take more and more damage than it would just sitting on the ground. So being outside, raining, sitting in water, all elements like this will cause water damage to occur. And that is a wee bit unfortunate. Just a wee bit. Especially when you're moving through boats regularly. It's one thing if you're doing normal caravanning. Normal caravanning, you can dump them in the middle of the base and it's a lot nicer, but awkwardly on one side is more challenging. Kibbs is back to having a bad time again. That catharsis has dropped off. 3 artificial enhancements. They're not enhancements, they're just replacements. And Kibbs is just falling apart. Ugh. You just settle down, boss. It's not that bad. I swear it's not that bad. So they're currently working on making the little pillboxes there. And they do still have, enemies have some cover behind. I'm going to make an area for nearby, say like this, nearby marble to get moved. It's less important unless we start making art. So I'm going to set it on the back end here. We don't really care about. And so just chunks of limestone go here. And that'll clear this one part. I'm going to get these moved as well. Hate the raid. Approach from multiple angle, these clever smarties from the Olga Covenant. So advantage to that is that they are tribal raiders. This should be fine. Coming from many directions though. So in the south, 4 enemies all kind of ranged-ish. In the west, 2 enemies, both sort of ranged-ish. In the north, 3 raiders, all kind of ranged-ish. In the east, no raiders, no rangedness. They were attacking immediately, correct? They are. Okay. So we're going to avoid my turrets. We'll get those going soon. So I want to split the team, I think. We're going to do the D&D thing and split the party a little bit. Be easy to knock off the bottom left one. This one's nearest. Oh, you know what? I forgot. The caravan's here. We're fine. So the caravan is from Hendio. The enemies are from Olga Covenant. How do they feel about each other? The Olga Covenant is hostile to Hendio. So this group will fight. I'm going to ignore that then. And instead, we'll have the whole team, except for, unfortunately, Kibbs, head down this way. Lucky days to have the visitors here to help us. Now, hopefully they grenade the enemy and do not accidentally grenade us. We do not have real cover down this way. We could try to use this little bit here. We could push forward to here. We will not make it there in time. We could push to here, which I actually enjoy quite a bit. So, all of you to this spot. They'll have some cover. We have to run into our range to get there. In the north, our friends do not use cover. That said, incendiary grenade launcher at close range. Love that. We'll see if the enemies ignore us in our little hiding corner over here. Alright, so sword friends off the side for now. Cyber Oracle, get you here. Group number 1 is fleeing. Okay. I actually want to move a long rifle person over to this side so they can definitely draw the enemies in. These two ran right by, so we'll use our melee team, all 3 of them, to rush this dude. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. The shooting has begun. Great. I want you to focus on this character instead, though, which will hopefully draw these 3 in this direction. Okay, 1 melee begun. Little Timmy managed to miss his target. Luckily, his shot bounced off of Rog's armor. You 2 go here. Timmy, turn and fire this way. We'll focus fire as best we can now. This character will be in range in just 1 second. This group is now fleeing. And Rog took a little damage. Bruised in the arm, no problems. This character can't flee because they're locked into melee combat. I'm going to have Rog, though, try to flank. Oh, actually, never mind. Attack here. I was going to try to flank down and behind, but this fellow wants to fight the melees anyway. Charge! He threw his mighty spear and lost. We'll have Jack go help also. Jack was slightly bruised as well. No big issues. Portia, charge! How's the focus fire going here? Well done, well done. Only Cheetah, the speedily running, remains. Cheetah runs through the fire, covering fire everywhere. Palsy, don't get shot, please. I'm not going to try to rush him down. We'll see if he makes it through the shooting gallery. Well, guess not, guess not. Good job, team. Now we have some time before we have to head back up again. Let's see what kind of damage our allies to the north took here. Well, the incendiary launcher guy managed to light the entire north of the world on fire, including this poor man named Tolbario. Tolbario here dies in 10 hours. A kind but slow person. Oh, just gotta stop, drop, and roll, my friend. Just gotta stop. Oh, no. Well, let's not watch that. It's upsetting to the children. And yeah, some of the allies did take some damage. Notably, Yaroslav, the Grenadier, was tremendously wounded. But we thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. Good day, good day. Now, did we get any upgraded weapons off of that? We did get 25 medicine, which is absolutely huge. I love that so much. And past that, nope, not too much else. I'm glad you're enjoying this game, Rask. Yeah, it's definitely a cool game. The combat is not the most complex thing ever, but there's a lot going on that's kind of fun to enjoy. IMO. At 7 meals, only 1 raw food. Our crops are growing decently. Which storyteller? Randy Random Blood and Dust. Things just happen, and they happen fairly difficultly, though not impossibly difficultly. This is the difficulty I tend to play on, but I usually prefer the Cassandra storyteller because she makes the difficulty a little bit more regular, we'll call it. Now, one advantage of this playthrough is because we're moving regularly, our base value stays fairly low, and that means we're not getting crazy raids, thankfully. Goodbye, traders! Thank you for your assistance in that battle. Please don't walk on top of my people. Please stop. Please stop. Okay. I'm glad that they can't actually be trampled. Yaroslav be a little bit slow leaving here. His movement speed is 17% of normal. Well, thank you, Yaroslav, for serving us well. I'm sorry your friends are abandoning you. You'll get there very soon. Look at the happy little animals. We also see the grass has been consumed here, so we'll continue expanding out for more dandelions, for more little buddies. Unnamed Comet and Polizia cuddle happily. They know that this day, they're somehow all still alive. That's nice. I'm going to lay out my storage room here also. I have crafting room just below, so I'm just going to cross this way. We'll have a hallway through here. Let's start moving these shelves. I briefly forgot the word shelf. It's one of these high-level words I'm known for using. Shelf. That didn't move all of them, but it moved some of them, and we'll figure out past there. Hold off on building these things. Good. We have 1 egg. 1 unfertilized chicken egg. Speaking of which, I should make sure that we are cooking with any eggs, including fertilized ones. The blood up here keeps concerning me, but that is definitely the blood of our allies, not our blood. Oh, speaking of which, Little Dicky went down. Oh no, not Little Dicky. So Little Dicky dies in 7 hours here. He has a bad back and a minor artery blockage in his heart. This is the kind of character we should take care of. And the reason for that is if he gets up and walks off the map safely, we'll get in a bunch of alliance points for saving him. Now, I don't have a spare bed. What I do have, though, is a spare area on the floor that we're going to call his bed. Behold, your very own slice of the ground. Let's rescue him. We also stole his gun. That's not my fault, I promise. I did not mean to take his weapon. These things just happen. It's a confusing world out here. What belongs to what person? No one really knows. He'll live then. Oh, we actually have 1 more bed. I could have had him sleep in an actual bed, but where's the fun in that? This is also a stockpile we don't need anymore. So we'll then say, just dump the blocks on the ground. Already being done. Good. What are we actually working on right now? The kitchen has been made. Fantastic. We're kind of low on food. So we want to mark the hare and the rats. And then this rhino, very close to base. Were it far away, I would have ignored this. But because it's so close by, this rhino is taunting us. Is saying, you there would not dare attack me. Now, rhinos are occasionally kind of terrifying. So we're kiting them outside of the base instead of inside of the base. Got mostly meleeers down here. That's not going to work. Also, Kibbs having a terrible day again. Oh, poor sweet Kibbs. Likes his wife a little bit. Saw corpses. We'll have to get those corpses moved or perhaps buried soon. We still have 1 character on our revolver. I'll change out at some point soon. I prefer not to use the meleeers on this, but if it's needed, we'll see, we'll see. Timmy, begin this fight. No revenge yet. The beast is feared, running away at once. The beast is no longer afeared. The beast is enraged. The rhino hunts any humor it can reach. Flying at so fast, moving at 4.4 speed, potentially faster than many of our characters. It's coming from Mr. Science, letting forward one more fusillade and disengaging. Fusillade, that's a word, right? Timmy is still in range or no? Yes. I'm going to move the meleeers down just in case we need to intercept it. Please do not shoot Cyber Oracle as you shoot through. Does not matter. Well done on the hunting team. That rhino will bring us food and energy for many a day. Thank you for your sacrifice, Brother Rhino. May our use of your horn bring you great satisfaction. Or something like that. We're going to go bury the defeated enemies around the back side of this. Actually, we're mining there. Never mind, I want to keep the mine open. We believe in water burials. It's a way of showing the centrality of water to our people. So the defeated enemies, human likes, who are not known to us, can go live out there. Washing away, their body is ritually cleansed by the lapping sea. Oh, it's a ritualistic way of explaining, I just want them to go away and not see them ever again. Speaking of going away, we are taking, it's very, very slow going to get our cougar to learn how to haul things. When it does, it'll be the best thing ever, but for the moment, it is learning very slowly how to do all of its jobs. Because cougars are very wild. They're very, very slow at being trained. Most of us walk around and thankfully not bite us. Makes me happy. Duke Hugo asks, am I still in Japan? Yep, I'll be here for the foreseeable future, most likely. At least next year. Noms and I have been here for almost 2 years now, which is crazy to say. I think our current contract we're working under is for another 3 years. I think we promised 5 years initially, and then past that we'll reevaluate, so yeah. Hey, look at this! Jack Craft has begun to learn how to guard people. What's my plan if North Korea attacks? Guess I'll just die. I'm not quite sure what answer you want. Do you mean, will I flee the country? So Noms and I have agreed that we will not flee the country under most conditions. Back when 3/11 happened, you know, the giant earthquake, plus tsunami, plus Fukushima disaster, when that happened, a whole bunch of people who were Americans and other foreigners of Japan went back to their home countries. We've said we will not do that. If there's a big earthquake, this is our home, we will stay here, we will help, we'll keep the place going. Now, if there's like an active invasion of the mainland, I don't know. But yeah, as far as like thinking about North Korea bombing, there's probably nothing to do. I assume that all the planes will be full at once. I'm not fatalistic, but I am realistic. There's just not much to do, unfortunately. That's right, I'm not fatalistic. And other lies I tell on stream. Hey, Unspeakable! Thank you for the ongoing subscription. 55 months. I've been in class with you for nearly 5 years. Can you at least grade my assignments? Let me grade you in chat right now. Look, Unspeakable, you got an A+. Good job, Unspeakable. I'm very proud of you. Check in again another 5 years, and I'll be able to grade you again, I promise. But thank you for your support all the way through. That's it's very, very kind. Very, very kind. 5 years, man. That's right. And that's very kind of you. Very kind of you. Warmed my little resorty heart, of course. Speaking of warming, we have no heaters or coolers at all. It's only 19°C outside. It's heading towards winter in a couple days here. I believe this biome is not especially cold making. It is roughly equatorial, slightly south there. So what is this place like, though? It's, yeah, its average temperature is 29.8, so a little warm. So the winter shouldn't be too bad at all, which is just fine. You worry I'm going to grade your chatting as a D. The problem with grading in this channel is I only have 3 grades to go for. The A, the F, and the C. So you can't get a D, nor can you get a B. It's either magically impressive or pretty terrible, your choice. Also, the granite door here I want to hold open, because it takes forever to open and close. Yeah, maybe I need to make more grading emotes. That's what we definitely should use. All of our emote slots. Let's see, if we start with A+, A-, A-, and do all the grades all the way down, I'll take up quite a few emote slots, I believe, and that'll be perfect. Alright, one thing I'm noticing is we're starting to run out of animals to eat here. There are just not that many more that are huntable. The emu we're going to try to hunt, and we may regret that, but it's okay. Hunter is unnamed comet, shooting at great distance. And drawn farther and farther out of the map. A psychic soothe hits the map. Every male colonist smiles happily. Deep in their heart, they know they earned A+. They see sheets of paper with their writing at the top. Well done, students. Good job, Resorty. I know you tried hard. Nothing makes people happier than that. I'm going to continue saying the word emu in the American way, which say wrong. That's fine. I'm sure you Australians say things wrong too, so it's all good. Correcting a student's pronunciation. There's there's no quest less noble than correcting a student's pronunciation. No, I know you're right. I know I say that word wrong regularly, but it's stuck deep in there somewhere, so you're just gonna have to live with it, unfortunately. Though I swear, I'll try to do a better job tomorrow. No, I won't. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just keep saying it wrong forever and always. The dining room is now finished. It's awful quality, but at least it's counted as a proper dining room. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Okay, if we're gonna have our little freezer here, we should then install an air conditioning unit to keep it nice and cold in there. Cool. That requires a bunch more steel again. We continue to have a steel stockpile back here. Are we getting into the infestable insect area back here? We are. We're very close. Now, insects close to base, kind of terrible. Everyone simultaneously going to going to mine also feels kind of terrible because it means that there is just not much work to do. Hakuja in the camp. There's an enemy bandit camp of 6 outlanders nearby. If we go destroy it, we can get a bionic leg or a psychic shock lance and some gold. A fancy fast-moving leg could be very nice because Mr. Science has a prosthetic leg right now, or 2 of them. Now, I don't know how it'll work if they have 1 super speedy leg and 1 slow leg. Very, very awkward walking, I'm sure. But how far away is that, I wonder? Oh, right, you don't find out until you agree to do the job. I've agreed to do so many jobs, I've done none of them. There are currently, it says 3 stars, a very difficult quest to do. They're outlanders and so are well defended. So I'm going to refuse to do this job. I just don't trust myself to be able to even leave base. So let's not do that. With the people not doing anything, part of it is we're not crafting currently. And we need bedrooms also. So I think having a second location for making stone could be good. Also, oh, did I mark my marble zone as being limestone instead? Absolutely I did. I was confused about why none of the marble's been moved yet. But now they get moved, and that is totally... What is it, friends? What do we say about the marble being moved? That's marvelous. Stone-based jokes. Surely the greatest of all possible jokes. Like, we could not have better humor if we tried. We have some fertile soil down here. Is this fertile soil or is it mud? It's actually rich soil, so we could, I don't know, plant something. Potatoes are not especially good there. Got a lot of rice coming pretty soon. I should be ashamed of myself. The only reason I'm ashamed of myself when it comes to that kind of joke is I've made it so many times. Like, you'd think by now I would have discovered some new way of of being humorous, but there are only so many possible jokes out there that I can find, and so you get that one every single time. Battery's still totally full on one power producer. Must keep an eye on that and not get too many more. Yes, I'm so glad to see all of you with your rock-based puns now. And another trader comes to visit. I'm happiest with a trader visiting because it means that we have a defensive shell for the next little bit. Dining room is now up to what quality? I accidentally just all tabbed out, sorry. Awful quality now. Simply awful. We can move another urn in from right here. More beauty, more good. And then flooring the place would help so very much. Okay, that's done. That's partially done. That's mostly done. Hello, traders. What do you have for me? You'd be impressed with a limestone pun. Limestone pun. Limestone's a hard thing to make work. You gotta use the lime part, definitely. But what past that, I'm not quite sure. They have a dromedary camel. You can ride those around, as the horses also. They have a little bit of cloth. I'm getting cloth fairly soon. We need to use that for making armor. They have dyes. We make clothes pretty. We'd also grow that ourselves if we want to. But no, I'm not seeing much I really want from them at all. Yeah, I think we're fine. Thanks for visiting. The limestone and the coconut. That's the one thing I came up with also. I was thinking like, okay, where are the normal lime-based jokes? I think they're all like about mixed drinks, but it's tough. It's tough work. Man, look at these elephants. They're so full of meat, but they also will probably revenge together. And I just don't feel strong enough to fight 4 elephants at once, unfortunately. Jack has gotten food poisoning from a simple meal. As of right now, the cooking is all being done by Mr. Science, who's not an incompetent cook. How dare you suggest that? Mr. Science is the greatest of us all. I'm looking for more steel. Down here will be good. We can get some traps up again. Also. Awaiting the rice. Soon. Like I said, let's plant some potatoes also. Oh boy. Whole stack of meals looking pretty unwell prepared. Let's go here. We'll fight in defense of our potatoes. Make that a little bit bigger also. Cool. That looks nice. Alright, so freezer gets made next. And I want to turn on one solar generator also, just in case the wind stops blowing. As that finishes, we'll then seal in our storeroom. Cool. Need another steel door. This door gets held open. It's an inside door. Okay. The base is feeling functional except for the defenses. So, we have a whole bunch of stone. I could make traps out of those. We don't have that much wood. We don't have that much steel. So I think stones we're going to have to use for any kind of... Yeah, really, something we have to have for any kind of traps, which take forever to build, unfortunately. Gotta move these also. Now, when I say these, I don't mean everywhere on the map, just these ones right here. And these right here also. More marble, more good. Also more bodies to move to. Friends, it's been another hour. Since our last ad break. So time to take 3 minutes of ads. Back to it after that. Don't you worry, you'll miss absolutely nothing except for maybe the crossword puzzle. So here comes more ads. See how much more we can get done on this one. So, second largest U.S. state after Alaska is Texas. So Scarlet Letter, for example, I mean, Scarlet Letter makes you stand out as some kind of sinner. It's an indication that you're bad. What's it down here? Tune from way back when's an oldie. Sty? Ooh, I have no idea. I like flan or French toast. They're both eggy. Stigma. There you go. You stand out as being bad. It's a stigma against you. A wiggler in a sock. You can wiggle your little toesy woesies. A brand of disinfecting cleaners, probably Lysol, though I'm not sure on that. Peepers, so to speak, are your eyes. Tom Lake, writer Patchett, probably Ann Patchett. Look what I did. Ta-da. Divisions of a tennis match. They're in sets and games. Hostess snack cakes covered in coconut flakes. I do not know. What's the down then? Springfield's baseball team, whose logo resembles an atom on The Simpsons. Springfield Isotopes. Whoops. Isotopes. There we go. Recreational battle, it's waged in the dark. It's a laser tag, of course. Blank of love. Work done for pleasure is a labor of love. Rats. Darn or dang, we'll see. Site for sacred rites is the altar. So now, what's the hostess snack covered in coconut flakes? Snowballs! I didn't know what the white stuff was. Snowballs. Caboose, that's the rear. Hassle-free neckwear. A turtleneck. A clip-on necktie. If this is dang, instead. It is a clip-on tie indeed. How dare anyone use those? Damning Watergate evidence were tapes. They had missing sections. Activity for which one hopes to get a good deal. Good deal. It's a good deal of something. A card game, a poker game, you want a good deal. All kidding aside, has another birthday is to age. Garnet's color, it's red in color. And lastly, Italian city where Christopher Columbus was born, that's Genoa. Hooray! Happy Thursday, everybody! That's definitely one of the better New Yorker times we've had recently. So, basically went straight through it. I very much enjoyed activity for which one hopes to get a good deal. Poker game. Nice. With that one done, what remains then? Last week's Monday puzzle. Oh, labor increases could be paper folding. Paper folding, like origami. A carrier that operated the Orion 3 space plane. Still no idea. Maybe it's Priam, a king of Troy. Case closed. I have no idea. All right. We'll pause it there. Maybe later. Do I play Connections? Hugo, I play Connections every day. Today was hard. So Noms and I did it last night. We do the crossword and the Connections before bed. I can't remember what today's was. Oh, was it the one where the purple one was like body parts leading? We had a little trouble on that one, but yeah, Connections is a fun time for sure. Back to this thing here. My coffee's almost out. 11 o'clock. We got 2 hours of stream left before I gotta go teach. So I'll probably get some coffee in a moment, but let's play a little bit more. Then coffee break, then back to it once more. This is the part where I wish I had a smart house. I wish I could, shout, "Hey, insert name here, make me coffee." And the beep boop computer would bring me a mug of coffee downstairs. But not so much. Kid has collapsed. Why? Oh, the food poisoning. Lowered consciousness, rather. Bring them home. You paid your daughter $3 to make you a nice cup of tea. See, there's a streamer I watch who, I watch him very irregularly. But he does this routine occasionally where he says, "Now I've got myself a new computer program that'll bring me a drink all at once. Hey wife, bring me a Pepsi." And I think she plays along with it. But the first time I heard it, I thought, "Oh, that's so rude. That's absolutely terrible. Don't say that." But yeah. You're on close to Japan time, so today's Friday. In that case, I haven't done today's connections. I don't think they come available, though. Let's see. The New York Times publishes their new crossword puzzle at 10 p.m., I believe, on weekdays. And so that's Eastern time. Is it 10 p.m. Eastern time in New York yet? Not quite sure. But yeah, if so, I haven't done connections yet today. We'll do it when my wife gets home tonight. Mom, more Hot Pockets. I want my Totino pizza rolls. Bring me pizza rolls. The streamer who rings a bell when he wants tea from his wife. He felt so self-conscious about it that he stopped. Yeah. Noms and I have the agreement that when I'm streaming, unless there's an emergency, I do not call for her. And so I think that's for the best for us. I think it works very well for us. But if I were to call and say, hey, Noms, will you make me some coffee? She definitely would. Like, not today, though, because she's at work. Oh, can you imagine if I text her, bring me a coffee, and she writes back, I'm in a meeting. No, I guarantee she would message, what's wrong with you? I.e., you've become a different man very suddenly, but... Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and make our dining room nicer to make everyone happier. Also, it's time to exclude our cougar. It's a good cougar, but not welcome here anymore. What if she weren't in a meeting? I mean, it would still be just profoundly rude. She'd probably find it funny if I said this is a bit for stream. But even then, she doesn't like bits for stream that aren't affirming and fun for everybody. I also don't really like them, so I would never do that. Never do that ever. Alright, so we need to assign our cougar to somewhere else. We'll call this Cat Be Gone. Good. And then we'll make that area inside the house. When I say house, I mean the base generally. And we'll trust the cougar to hunt its way to survival from here forward. Hopefully it does not hunt our own animals. Okay, I think cougars cannot eat live veggies. Is that true? I need to flip the zone also. Let me do that first so I don't forget. Oop, there we go. So now it can live inside that one. Can you eat live veggies? Nope. Corpses, meals, meat, all that. Exactly, Hugo. Yeah, misogyny of any kind is not super funny. Yeah, I think I like how my wife's part of the community. You know, she comes by and says hello. She, occasionally will come play video games, but for us, definitely, it's my stream, and she's a visitor occasionally. She just doesn't want to be too much of it, and I also don't want her to be too much of it, because I think if we all get used to her being here all the time, she then would feel obliged to stay out with us, or stay with us regularly. I don't want this to be an obligation zone for anybody, frankly, other than me. I'm obliged to keep showing up. I say I will. I hope. I hope. That's right. Nam's a sometimes treat. My wife will come by occasionally, and that's good enough. I'm not going to build this until after that's done. We have some of these finished. I'm going to put down trap locations. We make mortars also. I forgot we can make mortars. Once the crafting room is made, we definitely do want to do that. I can quit if I want, but I like it, right? See, no. I mean, yes, I like streaming very much. It's really important to me that I don't give myself an excuse to quit. Because when my mental health goes, it's very easy for me to say, I just don't want to stream anymore. By which I mean, I don't want to do anything anymore. I want to get into bed and have a good cry and never emerge. Like, that is what I want when I'm not doing terribly well. That's not a good thing to want, for me at least. And so I say, no. People rely on me to show up. People are expecting me. It's good to make people happy, etc., etc. And that generally helped me to stay around. Like, not all the time, but at least sometimes. This is going to be a number of bedrooms. Put them right there, hopefully. Hello, Jubas. Am I originally from the US or the UK? I will not lie today. I am originally from the US of A. That is the truth of it. Yeah. It's the same as teaching. Like, because of the kind of job I have, I could very easily tell my students, okay, no class today. And they'd be over the moon excited. This would not be done, though, for any benefit other than I am tired and sad and do not want to come in. This is not me today. This is not me today in any measure saying that I'm tired or sad. I'm a little tired, but not sad at all. So don't you worry, team. Don't you worry, we're all good. It's just really important to me that I say that I'm going to show up. If I say I'm going to show up, if I say I'm going to teach, I will still teach. I have a transatlantic twinge to my accent. Were you here yesterday when we talked about transatlantic accents and how they're affected through and through? I hope I don't. I hope there's no transatlantic accent here. I'm just resorty. I just say words sometimes. Alright, bedroom number 1. I don't know who's gonna sleep in there, but someone will. It's beautiful. Yeah, I've thought about what would happen if I talked less excitedly while streaming. Like, I do get kind of worked up and happy and so on, but if I just use chill voice for a while, like my normal human voice, would everyone leave simultaneously? Let's try for the next couple minutes. I'm gonna drop the resorty voice and just use normal me voice. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue making some doors and such. These doors do need to close regularly to keep the noise out while people are sleeping. This is how I normally talk. Not quite as full, not quite as projecting. Just me being here, being me. And so it's a little bit less enthusiastic. Unsubscribe? That same voice I use for teaching. My resorty voice and my teaching voice are very, very similar voices. They're not identical. It's a nice vibe. Yeah, I mean, it's the vibe. I mean, anyway, let me start by saying, thank you for saying that my voice is not horrifying. Thank you for saying that as a person, I'm not repugnant when I speak. That's very kind of you. But yeah, no, it's just a little bit more laid back, definitely. But sounds the same to you? I don't know. My normal voice is relaxing and nice. Thank you. Yeah, I think one thing I struggle with as a streamer is what is the intended, what's the word for it? What's the intended vibe of the channel? This is very much a, like, let's be excited and have a good time and optimism. If I'm normal, quiet, relaxed guy, then it's not so good. Do I listen back to myself and not recognize myself? Yeah. It's not that I don't recognize myself. I know, though, that due to the resonance of my head, I definitely sound different inside than I do outside. Which is to say that I think most people believe their voices are deeper than they actually are. Actually are in some sense, but how it goes. Rooms not perfect rectangles? Oh, intentionally not this case. I told the viewers that I would try very hard not to make everything perfect this time, but yeah, some amount of the resorty character is projecting, because I don't want to seem too quiet or overly chilled. And I've thought about what would it be to try to have a stream where I'm just normal resorty. Not normal resorty, normal me person. And I don't know if I could do it, actually. Like, when I stand here, a character comes out. You know, frankly, I think a lot of people know this. The character is... yeah, the character is partially a defense mechanism, right? When you get on stage, you don't worry about your own problems. You worry about the problems of the base instead. And this is very different than the problems of the ordinary person living their lives. It's how actors don't break down stage regularly. So that's how it goes. My resorty voice gives off excitement that feels genuine. Oh, it is genuine. Yeah, generally speaking, I have a great time. Those of you who've been here for the various stream crises will know full well that I cannot fake it when I'm very sad. When I'm very sad, I cannot find excitement at all. Even if I say, hey, it's resorty time, it's not really resorty time. But yeah, have a good time. Alright, the beds are getting made. The people are getting moved. Things are getting better than ever before. It would probably be good to have moved this over one, so we could have a door through here and a way to get out to the north, just for faster movement out of the bedrooms. We'll probably go out this direction, as long as that's not super infestable. Let's begin to mine and see. I'm now hyper-focused on the sound of my voice and thinking, oh, have I given away too much knowledge by telling people that my voice is partially affected when I'm streaming? Hard to say, hard to say. Okay. We have had one rice pile delivered, haven't we? Has the rice all been cooked already? Huh. It was definitely harvested. Perhaps been cooked already. In which case, let's find more things to hunt. I'm gonna trust my hunter to fight the emus. Emus next. Common has nothing to do. What are your various jobs? Hauling, cleaning, hunting. Just go hunt then, thank you. We move this down here. The only problem I have moved that down there is that most of our stones are hidden up this way already because we were building up there before. So what we'll do instead is make a new zone right here. Maybe even a little bigger. And that one we'll have as critically important. So the stones get moved there when there are any open spots. Cool. I do wonder how long till the next raid. We can pull up our history of the world page and see what happens. So last raid was here. So if we're staying with regular raids, it should be fairly soon. Also, I do love this history. I do love that we can watch our first base, our second base, our third base, our fake fourth base. No. This is actually the real fourth base. Is it? Yes. So this is our fake extra base that was used for just making food. Or sorry, just making boats. And then our little boat jump, and up it goes. Assuming I'm not on random, I am on random. Yep, I'm on random all the way. And it's been random enough its own way. That building, though, is just the... Oh, you're talking about the regularity of the raids. So Randy does still have some regularity inside of it. It's not absolutely random, but yes, multiple bad things could happen fairly quickly if you're unlucky, we'll say. It's not absolutely random or absolutely regular. It's just you get a good sense at times something awful's coming for you. I think. Anyway, my coffee's empty. Let me go and have the game run. We'll just sit here and watch the game together. By say together, I mean you all be together. I don't need to get myself some coffee. So, be right back. See you in just a moment. And I'll be back in a sec with more coffee in hand. When I say sec, I mean probably about 2 minutes. If the base burns down, whose fault is it? Whoever talks next in chat, it's all your fault when the base burns down. See you in 1 second. Rob Zillia, pay me $3 for a nice coffee. Can I just hold it up to you here? Can I hold it up to you there? We'll see. Back in a minute. I return to you with Emu Revenge. Emu Revenge. That's fun. I return to you with a nice mug of coffee. How nice, how nice. Number 2. I return to you with a slight complaint. When I began to walk up the stairs, my knee hurt. I think I've gotten old, friends. I begin to look upon the stairs as a source of woe and not a source of mobility. And then story number 3. Story number 3. I wish to brag now. Ready for the bragging? Friends, my Japanese taxes are done. You might say, Resorty, how did you get your Japanese taxes done so fast? I had an email from my HR at the company that said, we finished your taxes, please sign here. And I went boop to auto sign, and my Japanese taxes are done. It is so nice when they do it for you. Alright, so an emu was revenging. It is dead, has been destroyed. No one was damaged. So presumably during the charge, it was defeated. Good. Alright, nothing burned down. Nothing was destroyed. Fantastic. Next research. Heading towards gun turrets, probably. I think I said that before. You need your IRS refund overnight? Yeah. It's pretty nice when you get it all done. I still have to do my my American earnings soon. Does Japan care about my Twitch earnings? So the Twitch money never enters Japan, and I've been here for fewer than 5 years. But after 5 years, I become a tax resident of Japan, unless we seek permanent residency beforehand. So at that point, I'll need to report all income sources worldwide, including like dividends on stocks and so on. So for the next 3 years, they don't care about my Twitch earning, but very soon they will, and then I might be a little bit sad. We'll see. Okay. Almost done building. Hey, cloth! So much cloth. We're not seeing enough hauling, honestly. I think that's a big issue right now. So, is anyone actually job 1 hauling? Nope. Polizia is growing first. There's not much growing right now, so they become job 1 hauling after the growing is done. So, no more building. Only hauling. Thank you. I have to explain Twitch to HR. That's a very good point. So you have to declare one employer your main employer, and usually use the one that you make more money on. As of right now, I make more money teaching than I do by streaming, but it's not that far away. And so, yeah, I'll have to explain to my HR office what Twitch is and what I do and where the income comes from. I'm not looking forward to that at all. I could also declare myself a fully independent person here, like fully independent, what's the word for it? It's not business, independent contractor. That's not it either. It is a business, actually. And that way, do my taxes myself, but where's the fun in that? The Japanese care about the Paradox stock dividends. I don't think that Paradox stock pays dividends at all. I think what it does is just go down. My beloved Paradox stock. Ugh. Someday they'll put out another good game. Someday. Last few ones, not been so strong. Speaking of not so strong, hey, I didn't notice if we have an insect zone inside the base. This is fine. I'm glad I noticed that before we actually kept digging. So, I want this hallway to be 3 wide. So we're able to fight at the corner here, if need be. Now, actually, I think that enemies can spawn a little bit away from the 1 green spot. So I put the wall back slightly, namely to here, so we can line up effectively against it if it spawns. Now, it may be able to spawn over this wall as well, and that would be unfortunate, so we'll add the build there as well. Now, did I bring a second tool cabinet over? I thought I brought 2. I may only have brought 1, though, because they were too heavy. Everything's unloaded off of my my boats, so... Okay, this bedroll is no longer used, so we'll uninstall it. That's done, we can then put a wall right here. I might mine that out. We'll see what happens. For now, though, we want to have one door through which to fight if need be. Is Infestation the most dangerous raid? If you're not prepared for it, it can be very unfortunate, especially once your base value gets fairly high. If you don't notice your base is infestable and just suddenly, oh gosh, Infestation, yeah, if you're prepared for it, if you know it's coming, etc., it's fine. For me, the most dangerous raid is definitely the drop pod raid to the middle of the base, because it can land in very, very unfortunate places and cause some major issues. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's the kind of thing that often I'll forget can even happen, and then it happens, and I feel very bad about myself. So yeah, center drop explosive pirates are absolutely the worst. Anything that lights your base on fire from inside feels pretty bad, man. Feels pretty bad. We're still lacking light in a big way. So let's try to make our rooms a little nicer. Let's mark. So research has been marked also. We are getting weapons. Good. I've seen a drop pod land on a colonist and kill them. I've seen a drop pod hit a colonist and wound them. I don't think I've seen one actually die. I've also seen lightning strike colonists, and that's my favorite. That is hilarious. Now, ultimately, it's unfortunate. You know, burn infection, no good, but it is pretty funny anyway. It's Cyber Oracle. I'm going to add you to the crafting pile also again, instead of construction, actually. Good. You seen a drop pod hit someone and kill them in Twitch and YouTube? Yeah, I don't think I've actually seen it myself. After 1,950 hours. I was really hoping we get to 2,000 hours before I took a break from Rimworld, but yeah, we're definitely playing today. Tomorrow I'm still a little unsure. And I'm having a lot of fun today, so it is possible I'll have another week of Rimworld. I'm not sure. I keep going back and forth on how many weeks in a row can I do Rimworld without getting burned out. I think as long as I don't say we have to move every X days, the playthrough becomes a little bit more fun for me. I got a little bit less stressful. Like, keeping in mind, generally speaking, I do want to move, but not saying if I don't have the food done, you know, by the 30th day, then I've got to delete my save file or whatever. You know, it's a little bit much, perhaps. Why are there so many things here that have not been hauled to the right place? Yeah, we just need more hauling for sure. Move once a week, or maybe twice a week. I mean, that would be more reasonable. That would be less stressful, but at the same time, I want to make sure there's a certain amount of challenge running this thing. Hello, gazelles! There's only one Thrumbo. No. Do not tempt me, Satan. Get behind me, Satan. Yeah, maybe I should just say when people ask when are you leaving, soonish. You know, soonish. One of these days, soonish. Rog is doing the hauling. Why did Rog haul for constructor before hauling these items? This thing does allow any and all cloth, correct? And eclipse. So no sun. That's fine though. The batteries are still quite full. Ah, this is the issue. I turned off all manufactured. Sorry. So in this linked area, a lot of things are turned off. I don't quite know why they are. Yeah, they're now linked, so things should get moved over then. These ones, though, should be linked to each other. And only allow various food stuff. Yeah. That should help. I don't know how long we've been here. What I do know, though, is it's time to start thinking seriously about defense. They have about 1,500 research points needed still. Hawkeye's pregnant. More baby goats. Hey, another baby goat. I need to name after another Avenger. So who's another non-Iron Man Avenger? We got the Captain. Maybe we'll start linking together references. We'll have the Captain and Tennille eventually all together. Still awful. Radar? Like Radar O'Reilly? Should we bring Mash in also? Yeah, so as some Charles Winchester, perhaps. It's all very good. We're making wooden beds. We don't have much more in the way of wood here, do we? There's some in there. Quite a bit down south also. So let's get these knocked out. 85 wood is quite a bit for these kind of trees. So I should probably move to granite blocks on that as well. And then I could make this infestation area into a tiny little bedroom for someone and hope that they wake up and run away before it all burns down at some point. Kibbed in britches, very unhappy about their body parts, having a terrible time, slept in the heat. Okay. So while we're thinking about heat and such, let's add in additional AC units. There's definitely a weak spot in the base, so I want to have a wall around that also. While I'm considering that or mentioning that, I'll do that too. And we mark that as no roof allowed, please. Good. And people's clothes are getting bad also. And there's something in our work queue that's just not working. For example, a chicken is on fire. Oh no. Rescue Benedict. Oh no. I don't want Kentucky Fried Chicken yet. Oh no. Oh, poor buddy. Don't die. Don't die. Jack saved him. Lost one leg. Completely burned off leg. Let's have Cyber Oracle heal you up. Anyone doctoring? There we go. We'll even use some nice medicine for you. That's nice. Poor little guy. Alright, this is our last chicken from the ones that joined us long ago. Tiny little body being pasted back together. Good. It's burning down all my trees, I'm sure. This will go much faster word inside. So, time to make even more construction jobs. And another door outside. Good stuff. Cut down. Dining room is now mediocre. The less sand they see, the happier they are. Another strike in the home zone. Easily dealt with. Fire foam would not be the worst thing to research. Like, definitely that'd be cool. I don't want to add additional... crafting tables in there until after the roof's been made, which will happen soon enough. It powered on that way? Not really. So with the AC unit made there, or soon to be made there, we also want to put in some vents between here and here, and probably out into the hall also, just to help out some. If we get a heat wave, things will get kind of rough kind of quickly, but we'll see what happens here. I don't need more steel also. So I think I marked a steel pile that's south. I did. Let's keep it up. There's one in the north as well. If only we had under the ground mining researched, but nope. We do have some steel slag, I believe. No, it was actually on last map. We had steel slag from Drop Pod Raid, but in this one, perhaps not. So time to do oceanic mining. Good. For you all who play this game, which technology do you think is most base reshaping? Which technology do you get and say, everything is now different in a big way? The obvious one is increased research. The bigger research table does go so fast. but it doesn't feel quite as game reshaping for me as some. And just like that, the beautiful, wonderful dining room is somewhat impressive for now. Boomrat self-tamed. Oh, electricity or tribal. Very good call. Electricity does change quite a few things. How about if you're the colonist type though, the outlander? All right, a Boomrat has joined us. We'll keep it. We'll enjoy its gifted fuel. What are we gonna name you? We're gonna name you Axis. Axis the explosive. We'll take good care of you. You love the beer brewing. I have not done beer brewing research in I don't know how long. Like, honestly, it may be years since I did beer brewing last. I know it helps with recreation a little bit, but I'm so concerned about addiction in every playthrough, I tend to hold off on it. So I wonder if I'm, like, weakening my playthrough substantially, and that I don't use... Yeah, I don't use any beer brewing. Okay. Door held open fine. Want more lamps again? A blight upon your cotton. Yep. So all the cotton was blighted more or less simultaneously. We're going to want to mark you as cut all blights. My number one cutter is unfortunately busy, so Cyber Oracle, I'm going to... You go. Visitors are here to admire our blighted crops. I don't remember how far blight jumps. Just stay out of the rice, please. Did we get it with no jumps? We got it with no jumps. Cool. The visitors do have things to trade. Let's say hello and see what we got. Alright, they'll buy my components. They have some pemmican. We have so much cloth. We have a truly ridiculous amount of cloth. We gotta make some clothes. Wow, wow. They buy the old weapons. Great. A little more money. What's the power draw currently? We're drawing about 275 extra, though that's at nighttime, so no problems. Do I have a spare urn right now I'm not using? They're both using the dining room, which is at 40 decent quality due to the dirt right there. The dirt's being brought in by not having a road outside or having any flooring in there. Need to do more of those. Preemptively, just while we're thinking about it, I'll put my machining table and smithy in here, and my cloth maker also. It'll definitely increase our power draw by quite a bit, so we'll need to get another one of these made fairly soon. Down to 2 meals. Down to 2 meals. Something eat my potatoes. Huh. I would assume this would be completely full. Oh, the issue again is that number one farmer is constantly wandering off the job, being sad about their mutilated, strange body. That's unfortunate. Someone's going to have to hunt animals that will probably revenge. Someone's, well, we'll find them eventually. We'll see if the revenging happens. We could move our source of joy inside, which help them get a nice quality rec room also. But I think we're okay. You like precision rifling for your base? Yeah, having sniper rifles, huge. Assault rifles also very, very strong, so could be good. I may need to early harvest rice here if we don't manage to kill an animal fairly quickly. Timmy's trying. No revenge, very good. I've been on the border of starving for quite a long time now. Hope that stops soon. Be nice for a way to get rid of that body purified trait. Yeah. They just want to keep their bodies as they are. Understandable, perhaps. I want to floor in here next, most likely. Oh, also, the part we made new beds, then don't use the new beds. Good. Oh, Kibbs and Jack. Move up. Then uninstall. And then lastly, Comet and Polizia. Polizia, Comet. There you go. Everyone has at least a private bedroom. They're all terrible, but at least they're privates. I like to bring them up to at least normal quality. So one more place of flooring. Nice. I believe Polizia, I'm trying to level up in plants, to take over from Kibbs. Still do not know what Kibbs would then do. Probably just research all the time, because I can't ruin that at least. We got meals, we got animals, and everything we could ever use. And then in this base, right in this corner rather, we'll set up a little stockpile zone that is just for uninstalled bedrolls. Put the same thing down here too, I think. Okay. So here we have just items, as they're called. Copy and paste. They'll get moved down then fairly soon. Everyone's bringing components. We have quite a bit of steel here. No, we have no steel right now. It's all the far away they're going to mine. Yeah, this is the problem with mining so far away, is then you have to carry it so far away, and people walk out there, hit the item once or twice, and then go back home to sleep. It's a slow going process. I guess let's mine through the middle here. Whatever we find, we're happy to have found. Maybe. Oh, friendly new aspects of the boom rat. I think boom rats are allowed out here, aren't they? They are. So, little Timmy, would you please take access to the boom rat and haul them outside? So boom rats are actually allowed to be stuck in a zone. I did not know that. Boom rats are smarter than a number of other animals then. Smarter than a muffalo. I guess the nice thing about that is you can still use boom rats then as a walking, talking grenade. You can throw it into your enemies. That's wonderful. I noticed though that we built the base out more. This. Yeah, unfortunately the boomalopes are able to make the chem fuel. The boom rats do still explode when shot, but they do not make chem fuel, unfortunately. Boom rat behavior is meant to resemble guinea pigs? Really? That's cute. Nice and smart, though. I'm gonna put it in a tiny little cage, but maybe it easily slides out of the pen. It's hard to tell scale in this game, because the boom rat does look like the size of a goat, but I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure. Almost not outside. So close to being not outside. Also, Jack, I'm going to say no more construction for you. You've done more than enough, my friend. So just keep crafting. Now, people with questionable clothing. Jack, for instance, what better clothing do you need? You would like to have an upgraded duster. All right. Time then to make a collection of dusters. Which, I mean, just one, thank you. That's of good enough quality for us. And then, who else has problematic clothing on? Jack, your other clothing is falling apart as well, so we want to have additionally some new pants. Let's just set up the whole set. Couldn't be here for a little while longer. Right. Had a brief moment of, oh no, how do I set this up? After having just done so, do not know why that is. while we have a quiet moment, I should say thank you for being here. I should say I hope you're enjoying yourself. I should say if it's late for you, I hope you're getting to sleep soon, or at least relaxing and settling down. Maybe having a nice warm mug of hot chocolate on the way to bed. Make sure you brush your teeth, though. Can't have that chocolate sitting there all night long. It's a good time, though. Good time being here in the neighborhood. And upgraded cowboy hats once more. Good. I wonder if there are any settings in Rimworld that I've never used that would be useful for me to use. There must be something. Because, for example, the look on body. Like, see, yeah, do people have equipped these items? It must be useful for something at some point. Maybe if you want just one person to have a completed item of some sort. Perhaps. Okay, food is happening. Almost all the building is done. Cyber and little Timmy, unfortunately, are still sleeping in the hallway. That's okay. Let's see. Let's have you haul the... Oops. No place to haul those. I thought that those counted as items when deconstructed. Is that incorrect? They're buildings. That's probably forget. Buildings, not items. They'll then move. Mice are the smartest animals on Earth ahead of dolphins. Wait, this is a joke. For a brief moment, I was ready to believe that mice were much more intelligent than some animals, but no. Mice are not more intelligent than dolphins and humans. Pigs also very intelligent, more intelligent than dogs, apparently. Crows, super intelligent. Now, as many of you know, I read a book a bit ago about testing animal intelligence and how it's very dangerous to do this in any way that compares them to humans, because we end up testing them for things they actually are not particularly good at, but their own forms of intelligence. The hard question then is, what does intelligence mean? Blah, blah, blah. You know the issues there. We could smooth the flooring here instead of turning it into upgraded granite flooring. I should be doing that. It looks prettier that way. But now we're reading Moby Dick. I actually did not read any Moby Dick last night. I said I was going to, but then I picked up from the library George Saunders' most recent collection of short stories called Liberation Day. And I like George Saunders very, very much. He's a very thoughtful and kind humanist who writes magical, realistic stories. So stories that are just a little askew of our life, but I think they're great. Need more research again. Gun turrets, finally. And in this room, we should also throw up a chem fuel producer and a second tool cabinet as well, most likely. Squirrels are also very intelligent. They come up with weird ways to get into bird feeders. Yeah, I remember seeing a YouTube series by that one guy who does lots of engineering stuff, who has like the backyard Olympics. He sets up all these challenges for squirrels, all these challenges for the neighborhood nut dwellers or tree dwellers, and they do some crazy, crazy things. They'll jump over huge distances and push this and that in order to try to get access to these prizes, and it's quite engaging as a YouTube video. Though I can't recall what her name is, or his name is. Mark Rober, thank you. Mark somebody. Mark Rober, or maybe Robey. What am I looking for? Right, chem fuel maker. Great. Well, I'm here. Good. Intelligence is easy to define as ability to solve problems, especially novel ones. Yeah, I think some of the question, though, is how do you test that effectively? Because apparently the standard test for getting food out of a tube is very, very difficult for elephants, because elephants don't know how to like look in that direction and get food from like middle sections. They can do the ground, they can do up above their heads, but they struggle with right in front of their faces. And so I think that's part of what the book about, is just make sure that our designed experiments are responding to the lived world of the animals, as opposed to some like abstract conception of, oh, humans are smart enough to do it this way, they should do it also. which I think is obvious in some measure, but a sign that perhaps the ethologists have not done a good job on it. So it exists. That's not very nice. Let's be nice. Oh, you. Oh, you. I actually turned off sewing here at some point. I don't know why I did so. Hey, two cats yelling. It's been a while. Welcome back, my friend. Hope you have a very, very good day. It's really wonderful to see you, sincerely. Long time for the channel, that name. Long time. Okay, so all the construction is done now except for this wall and this bit here. So finally we can say, let's turn this back on, and then let's begin to make some traps. We have no stones again. And then implying that business faculty would not pass intelligence exams. I mean, I wanted to say some of my best friends are business school faculty, but that is not true. I've mentioned previously that I taught business ethics in a business school when I had trouble finding work and I was an adjunct, and the way they taught business ethics there until I showed up was, this is the law, follow the law, and make sure to take care of the environment. It was totally positivistic. It was totally limited to current conceptions of the good. There was no consideration of like bystander effect, no consideration of broader consequences beyond the bottom line in the law, and it was unfortunate. So I'm not going to say that they're not intelligent people, just they've used their intelligence in a very limited way, a way that I consider to be destructive of humanity, possibly. Possibly. It was very disappointing, though. It was very disappointing, and I'm glad to not be teaching that faculty anymore. Thank goodness. Right. Traps. Traps while we're thinking about it. Security, granite traps. We don't want to put too many out this time, because I don't have unlimited of any of these resources. And as usual, the enemy will probably just walk straight through them, but it's nice to imagine, isn't it? It's nice to imagine that maybe we'll get defended. That's quite a few. That'd be nice, though. Okay, so clothes are being made. Good. The stockpile's totally full again, so we'll need to make one more of these at least. We'll throw on the back wall there, and we'll link it in with the rest. Okay, so once this place is all built up, we'll begin to think about where we want to go on our next trip. And I believe I said that we're going to go overland. We could take the boats from here around to the swamp. Like, the swamp is my next goal. Tropical rainforest, tropical swamp, something like that. The emu... Yes, emu. The emu hipster bog sounds amazing. I want to see those emus dressed up in flannel with their theory glasses on. That's what I want. So our intention is to get there, or to the Isle. That could be fun also. I don't want to do both of these, though. And then from there, we'll end up taking a boat across again. So I'm considering having a few... never mind. I was going to say I'm considering having a few characters take the boats across, and then the other characters going overland, but I don't want a small party carrying absolutely all the valuables. I guess we could take some things in the boats as well, and then travel light with the animals. There are some things to think about. That will not happen today, definitely. It's already noon here, so today is day of stuff. We just build up the base a little bit, which has largely happened. And Kibbs is happy as long as that catharsis is there, and then it drops off in a big way. Also, we're eating a lot of tables, so one thing we do is throw in a second table here. I'll need to remember which one is the original table to bring with us, and which are the more recent ones. Send drop pods of advanced groups, so we could do that. You're absolutely right that drop pods of advanced groups is a fine idea. It's the kind of thing, though, that I would do and then regret having done. Because I'd send someone or something important forward, and then I'd feel just very confused about why did I do that. Also known as the resorty way. Just confused at my poor choices. So do we have a little bit of all the clothes? We do. So people do have terror apparel. Did I force them to wear these things? I did. Forced flak pants. So finally getting rid of our flak pants. I probably want all of my and my soldier friends to have better flak armor, pants and vest both. What that requires, though, is that over here we begin to make black vests again. And we finally have enough clothes, not clothes, enough cloth for this. Make sure you have just one of them. Make sure it's high quality. Make sure it has enough HP. Cool. I would like some more light in here also. A little on the dark side. Not absolutely dark, but in the way of it, or heading towards it at least. A little bit of berries hanging out. I see the berries. I want the berries. My desire first comes from the eyes. Smoothing getting done. Cool. I need one more piece of floor right here. Good stuff. Okay, now we have chem fuel and the machining table. We can then begin to make some explosive shells and make some mortars finally. Make just 20 of them for now. 25. Feeling a little bit greedy there. And then we'll pause until 10 remaining, and then back to it. And then chem fuel, much the same thing. We don't have much wood. We don't have many organics. Corn explosion happened. I guess I'll use the organics. There's always more meat. So we'll make 40 of this, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. And then hold off afterwards, remake it 10 or so. Good. Okay, so we'll start getting ourselves some mortar shells soon, which means we want to start making our first few mortars outside. Now, I know there was some modification to how mortars work. I think some... Oh, we have to get barrels. We can't make one because it needs to have a fancy barrel that cannot be made, can only be purchased. Now, with that said... never mind. I thought we'd set up here so we can visit this trader, but we can't. Gotta keep it out for a reinforced barrel, because we're gonna have shells and nothing else. The shells can be used for making IEDs, I believe. We can set up a decent amount of cover that way sooner or later. Maybe. What I do know though, friends, another hour has just passed, and so it's time to take another little break. It's noon o'clock my time, 1 more hour to go. We'll then spend some more time with 2 Mondays ago puzzle. I want to finish this one today, so I might end up asking y'all for help after a while. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure that Gripe About Feed content's actually Instagram algorithm. So remove the N here. Big name and dye. Is there a dye called RIT? R-I-T maybe? It's a clothing dye, I think. That may be wrong. I'm going to leave it there though and see. It's the algorithm! That's possibly a complaint. It's the algorithm. I don't like it that much, but possibly. Milkshake Singer. Is it like Kelly, possibly? I'm not sure on that. Oppenheimer setting in brief. CMG blank. The MGM studio. So G could be Georgia. No part was in Georgia, though. It's possible that Hemmed is wrong. It could be Lil somebody. Like Lil MC could sing Milkshake. No clue. Let's work off of the acrostic we got. Refuse prizes or refuse prizes. Sham something metal, possibly. Refuse prizes. So throw your medals over the White House gate. I don't want help yet, but possibly soon. Smear. Glob, possibly? Been there. I did... This is probably just put random things in and hope for the best. Suffix in Orgo. So I said ace is a possibility. Eyes is a possibility. Aid seems unlikely. Very, very unlikely. LOL, nice try. No, no. Feeling was a little bit too quiet. The feeling of on edge. Good. Case closed. It's all tied up. Something go. Cutter's partner established in the Real in 1966. Is this a country that doesn't exist anymore? Recompense. Something is probably wrong, though what I'm just not sure. Okay, street food. Saludas or takoyaki are street food. I was so focused on what takoyaki is made of, like breading and octopus and fire, that I couldn't remember they're both street foods. I've seen them served regularly. Cool. Earth-shaking event. I said earlier a quake of some sort. Tremors come after the earth-shaking event. So quake could fit here again, though meteor as celestial shooter I really like. It could also be Orion, right? He's the star that stars that are a hunter, shooter in that sense. There's no constellation called the Gun, though, man, there could be. What's seism? I'm about to ask what's a word for earthquake with an E there. Seism works. Sprightly. It is elfin. I said it could be earlier. It is. I'm going to work across street food, and then we'll back to the game for sure. Black diamonds. I'm just absolutely stuck on black diamonds being a kind of hill in skiing, but there must be some other referent I do not know. To board is to get on something. Get on. Black diamonds. Gems. Rare gems. Okay. Refuse prize. Shred metal. Refuse prizes. Magic words. PLEBA. No, seism's absolutely correct. Magic words. I'm stuck on it being either like magic like abracadabra or magic a la please and thank you. So thanks would fit here. Make an impression is to mimic. Good. So something to... Magic, of course, is a game also. So, like, would you shuffle, please? Not sure. Two more. Pueblo, where Tiwa is spoken. I really don't know. And then lastly, Oppenheimer setting in part. So Los Alamos is definitely not correct. I was stuck on that for a very long time. Definitely not right. I mean, it's like inside of a movie theater. It's a setting could also refer not just a place, but the kind of thing it is. So it's like a film noir. It's a biopic or biopic if you prefer. No, just not gonna get it. Okay, we had some progress. Up to 40 minutes on this one, but we had some progress anyway. On these, I feel my brain struggling as much as it possibly can, but we're getting there. Just step by step, step by step. You got the magic word one? Hey, well done, well done. Alright, so we have no food. Did I take Mr. Science off of cooking? No. So why do we have no food then? Oh, there they are. I was looking inside the freezer for food. They're on the shelf right here, so we're fine. Absolutely fine. Okay, what was I talking about that's going to do after the break? This is not roofed, correct? It is unroofed. Great. Hey, Vera, how was the Rimworld? We had some real diciness when the stream started today, but things are now going in the right direction. We're very, very pleased about that. It's going well. It is well with my soul, as my childhood church used to sing regularly. It's so much medicine, fantastic. Potatoes showing up, fantastic. Good. At some level, I'm not quite sure what to do next, just because I was so concerned about so many things not getting done that now they are getting done. So it's quite nice. It's quite nice. So I think what I want to do next, I mean, the traps, obviously. I probably need a second person working in crafting. And there is an excellent quality flak vest that someone should go put on soon. I have a number of people with no vests on. And so one of them should find that after a little bit. The thing, maybe they can only put clothes on from storage locations. So put it in the storage area, and then someone should go grab that fairly soon. I'm working and talking in my quieter voice today, though it doesn't work quite as well with the current level of audio. Gotta change the audio around a little bit. When I glanced into this room, I did not see it as a table, but instead as a locker room bench, I suppose. And I do wonder how that would go. Gun turrets, finally gun turrets. All right. So then, IEDs, because we can place those at least. Now, with gun turrets, let's at least throw one of them out on each of these. We'll want to have a power cutoff as well to make sure that we do not waste power all the time on these. The further thought I have right now is the gun turrets explode, and so maybe we should put them a little bit farther outside so they don't accidentally kill any of us. Seems better. We could always build more walls to hide behind also, but I kind of like it as is. So then put power out to them. I think that far behind is fine. It explodes at either 4 or 5. Sorry, 3 or 4 or 5. I can't remember which one. And I kind of want to have a power cable that runs all of these. Unfortunately, kind of going in awkward directions. So we could link them together out in front here, I suppose. But that feels super exposed. So I'll have some separate switches in each direction. And we'll throw them right in here. So, switch numero uno. Now, if this gets blown up, that means that one gets cut off also. We have to have a second line come out of here. Just in case. And then, switch a switch, my kingdom for a switch. Good. Okay. Now, that's definitely requires more power. We could put a battery on that loop also, so we have separate battery power if need be. But for right now, I'm going to hold off on that. Good. Lots of steel finally. Where is the chem fuel going? I'm fairly sure we made some chem fuel already. A lot of our food is going that way. Oh, it's being used to fuel the ships. That's fine. We do want the ships refueled. They don't take all the fuel forever. This can get all filled to full, and then we can ignore that. It'd be good to have it in case we need to emergency leave the base all at once. So it's being used to make shells also, which again we don't really need. Unless I want to try to use it to make IEDs, which will come soon enough. I think IEDs use shells, not just chem fuel raw. Most people are fairly happy. Cyber Oracle's bummed a little bit. Your brother Raphael died in a raid, unfortunately, and you are sleeping in the hallway still. So, I think we're going to have a shared room here. Get nicer barracks until eventually the insects come and attack us all. But let's have 2 basic beds. We'll get some more wood again. Yep, still trees down here. Why is Twitch showing my name as Resorts? Resorts? Grubzilla, are you joking? Or is it actually it strangely? I assume you're joking, but in case you're not, I'm okay with looking this up because that'd be a bit of a disaster. Twitch.tv/resortee. Yep, that's me. Look at me looking at me. Look at me looking at me, looking at me, looking at me, looking at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm Mr. Meeseeks, look at me. It says resortee in all the normal places. That's me. That's me. There I am. Look at me. I started this time. Yeah, look, it looks fine. But for you, Grubzilla, it looks differently. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, you're not lying. Not that I'd ever say you're lying, but it does say resorts. Do you have like some kind of auto... Do you have some kind of auto, what would be the word for it? Spell checker? That takes words that are not words and tries to fix them? Yeah, that's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Also, you made me look at how many viewers I have. Rage! Rage! It's fine. That's weird. That's a very, very strange situation there. Thank you for showing me, though. That's kind of cool. It's always shown me the resortee before. Huh. Hopefully it will do so again in the future. The reason I was worried is the only reason I could think of my name being changed... it's fine, Grubzilla, I'm teasing. Only reason I could think of being changed would be if the... like if someone hacked my account and used the name change function. That'd be terrible. It'd be really, really terrible. Hey, it's really good seeing you. How's it going? So guns are nearly online. The other thing, of course, is it's not just important enough to have a loop, but also you have to plug this thing actually in. And we'll have a second one on this side that will go to the guns out here. Nothing too far away. Sorry. Reload fixed it. Yeah, cool. That's it is a little surprising, a little strange, but I'm glad it's now working correctly. At the ostriches again. There are 3 rhinos together. There are how many elephants now? 4 elephants together. No, we can't fight those, so just more rabbits and such. Check for class, make sure that someone didn't hack it. Yeah. No, you don't. It doesn't need to be plugged in. Do you mean the, like, incredibly cheesy reconnect to a side that is... So if you build here, you can have it reconnect between a power line, not a power line. This is definitely not intended conduct. This is definitely super cheesy behavior. So I prefer not to engage in super cheesy behavior or good things. The emu decides to fight little Timmy. Little Timmy misses over and over again. Flee, Timmy, flee! Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Unnamed Comet, please help. Don't shoot Timmy, don't shoot Timmy, don't shoot Timmy. It saves 3 metal. The balance between do you want to be cheesy and do you want to save 3 metal is always a difficult one, for sure. Unnamed Comet, I don't need you to hunt. Timmy can do so. Good. hello, Sneaky. You came with some chaos. It's not nearly as chaotic as it was before. Things were crazily chaotic at stream start, but at this point, thankfully, it's much, much better than it was. I now wish I'd done a better job of... I wish I'd done a better job of having all of my switches in the same location, so that I could have one person throw them in a line, but with the way it's set up, it's not going to do that, unfortunately. Is Timmy bleeding? Yeah, he was scratched apart a little bit. Luckily, Timmy can self-tend, so he's fine now. Absolutely fine. Did we get the wood we need? I doubt we did, but let's see. Yeah, we do, actually. I guess I put no traps here yet. I think all my traps are down here on the one that's not yet set up there. So, the word resorty translates to resorts in Google Translate. It's a Slovak word. Wait, really? R-I-Z-O-R-T-Y is Slovak for resort? So I don't want to say I don't believe you, but anytime I've Googled resorty, this guy comes up. Now, I don't know how to look for only Slovak search results, rather, but I would imagine if the word resorty meant something other than just me right here, that it would show up as well as the search results. But who knows? Who knows? Any Slovak viewers out there? Actually, we do have one Slovak viewer. I think they're sleeping now. But Slovak viewer, if you happen to know the answer to this, maybe send me a message on Discord. I won't reveal who you are, but I'd love to know if this is true or deceit. I need to be careful not to hunt all the small animals. We need to make sure that Jack Craft here has something to go hunt on his own regularly. I'm being bubbled into Google to get results all about myself. You're not wrong. I'm sure that's true. I've been siloed in such a way where there's nothing but me. Also, the boom rat who's right here went Manhunter. Manhunter? Manhunter. So this might be a bit of a disaster. Run away! Run away! I should probably run it outside the base. Well, that's fine too. Maybe in the future, that's all we'll always get at. Get on Google, just results about yourself and the things that you've created in the past. You'll have your very own perfect palace for yourself. David Foster Wallace, in one of his more important essays, talks about how the great falsehood of human life is that we live in these perfect castles inside of our minds, and that everything else out there is not quite as real somehow. And I get what he's going for there. If we're not attentive, it's very easy to get lost inside of yourself being the only one that matters, etc., etc. But, oh, what did you do here, Zordy? I made a crossover between these. Why did I do that? There's no reason to do that, actually. Oh, yes, there is. I actually meant to do this. It's running power to each of the separate switches. I should probably put a wall around my defensive structure, or around my power producers here, without blocking that off, though. Ah, what a nice base. What a nice base. And I think I paused. I'm now going to pause making the shells. We don't have that much food. I don't want to turn all the organics into fuel. So back to making more and more tables. And now that I'm feeling slightly under control, I've said a number of times now, I think it'd be a good idea to create some paths outside for faster moving around, especially from down here, which is sort of far away. We got a bunch of steel. I'm sure we won't regret doing this. Let's use a steel floor on the way. And we just want to lead it out to the fighting area. And then across this way. Door here. And same thing here. How nice is that? And then from this one, which is the freezer side, we don't really want to use that much. Head down to this way. And it goes to the fighting area. Like so. And to here. Nice. Hello, Gary Steele. Good to see you. Sorry you're on so early. No, it's fine. Gary, I think you apologize every day for showing up late. It's fine. It's fine. I'm glad that people are here when they're here. Never feel obliged to hang out with me. You don't have to pretend to be my friend. Hey, Mark, sleep well, my friend. See you later. Cyber Oracle sleeps here. Nighttime worker, so we'll stay in that bed. And then Timmy will enjoy the barrack, such as it is. Tiny, awful little rooms. Trade with the Green Delta. The Green Delta want to buy 3 incendiary launchers and will give me 3 reinforced barrel to make me 3 mortars. Alright, how far away are you? That's a bit of a hike. How far is it officially? If we leave in the winter right here, it takes 3 days. Doable, but not exactly preferred. We'll see. How long will I stream today? Yeah, probably for another half hour or so. I do teach today, so I've got to do some reading and some thinking and do some grading probably. And so if I end at 1 o'clock my time, I then get to my school at 2:10 or so. If I take a little break and eat lunch and so on. And then I teach at 3:20. So that's the way in which I don't feel rushed. If I'm able to, just go through, end the stream, have some moments of relaxation, have a little bit of time to walk to camp without running over, get there, have some conversation, have some coffee, and then show up and fill the young minds with all of my knowledge. My empty bucket theory of education. Their minds are empty. My mind is full. I take my fullness and put it into their... Okay. So, more flooring needed. Through here now. Make it lovely. Yeah, I try very hard, though, to stream, at least 4 hours each day. On days that I don't teach, I try to go closer to 5 hours recently, and it's been good. And my goal is to do, 25, 30 hours a week, usually, which it feels a little part-time jobby once you talk about those kind of numbers, but it's been really good for me so far, and so I'll try to stay with that. Appreciate 4 hours of streaming, means you had to come back again. Welcome back, HPG. Hope your massage went well. Hope they're feeling somewhat better than previously. I'm also somewhat envious. I haven't gone for a massage here in Tokyo yet because I don't know how to speak the language, and so I worry tremendously about showing up and be like, "Hello, please touch me," and they say, "Well, what part did you want? What part's sore?" And I say, "Yes," and they say, "How hard do you want it?" And I say, "Oh, I agree." It'd be absolutely terrible. What a complete and utter disaster it would be. My storm is laid out very, very poorly here. Now, with that said, I know there are some. English language first masseurs over in Roppongi, especially the big old foreigner section with Roppongi Hills, that huge tower, and they have the more commonly English language movie theater there, and so on. Turds are not being made. What is missing? Just the will to make them. I do not speak Japanese. I speak some Japanese. I speak enough Japanese to get by in most situations. When I say that, I mean most going to the store situations. I need to learn a lot of words before I go to particular kinds of interactions. So the first time I went to the barber shop, I had to learn about, what's the Japanese word for haircut? Incidentally, it's kato. We say kato here. Yeah, as a joke previously, the vast majority of English words, if you add a oo or o on the end, they'll probably understand what you mean. But yeah. So if I wanted to go have a massage, I have to learn a bunch of words relevant to hardness of pushing and so on. But that's how it goes. Timmy here, you move on over, and then we got a raid. I was feeling pretty good. How are we doing now? Try people from multiple angles. Wow, that is 7 humans, all ranged. There's a second group who's up north, I believe. That is fewer. That'll do, pig. That'll do. 6 of them there. It's with no mortars, and we do have gun turrets now. That's right, gun turrets. Were they attacking immediately? No, pairing for a while. Cat. So we can get these turrets turned on at least. That would be hugely cool. So science guy, we'd like to plug this in as fast as possible. And the traps down here are not done. I wish I had mortars. That'd be pretty cool. It would also be pretty cool to have a way to... yeah, it'd be very cool actually to have a way to call in reinforcements. This is fine. This is totally fine. He's putting down steel absolutely everywhere, and while I appreciate that, we really need the wires made first. I missed on the wire there. Okay. So we'll flip the switch now. I should turn on at least this one. Turn on both of them. All right, we have church to the north. Now these church are not defended at all. We have a bunch of stones. So Jack, I'm going to move you onto construction. Just for now. And have you go work up here, please. Cyber Oracle also awake. I'm going to move you onto construction as well. Cool. Have you work on these ones here. Okay. What is awkward right now is that I don't have a wall that forces the enemies over to the turrets. I'll need to draw them with fire. And the southern raid I'm a bit concerned about. Again, wouldn't mortars be great? Wouldn't they? We want to fight them separately, though. So I should probably rise and shine just about everybody. So let's do that now. If we need to split, we'll split. Okay. So Speedy Mover is Jack, unfortunately melee. Timmy is somewhat injured. Unnamed Comet, you're in perfect health. Comet, you're going to be the draw here. They're coming already, possibly. They're close to coming. They're also very spread out. So Comet is fired once, hitting the enemy. They're now coming, kind of, sort of. Yeah. They are all ranged. One is wearing armor. The others are just wearing normal clothing. And war masks. Ready to fight. So we'll have our meleeers come out. Kibbs go home, that's fine. They retreated again. Yeah. So I wish we had a way of popping out here. I'll modify this place. We have probably a way to go through this direction. We can come out and attack if need be with melee without having to run right at them. So shooters forward. If we end up with an explosion, we have to be very cautious to pull back. Okay, Comet, let's try to draw one in again. This is a place where a sniper rifle will be so incredibly useful. Here they come. Oh, you know what's very awkward? Because they're not attacking straight on, there's a possibility of friendly fire here. This turret may pivot to the left and absolutely destroy us. So, Mike could possibly want to turn this one on, just was not thinking. Alright. Cyber Oracle, you're going to turn that one off real quick. Thank you. And he's retreating again. We're probably going to end up having to split the troops, given how slowly this thing is starting. They keep coming a little bit and then disengaging. Now, luckily, our shooters shoot in a far enough distance that we're being able to damage them a little bit before they get within range to hurt us. But if we keep shooting, they'll keep coming, I believe. They haven't yet noticed that we're firing at them, or they're unsure what to do. Such confusion. Now, one trouble with staying out here so long is we'll start having mental breaks and become quite hungry. So many of them are bleeding now. They're now beginning their assault. So, Jack. Go. Not full cover, but that's okay. What we're gonna do is have Cyber Oracle and the meleeers all but one move south. We could grab the other turret and bring it with us, but there's no power in the south, unfortunately. So you four, let's get moving. I'm making that determination based on the enemies are mostly bleeding, and so they should go down fairly quickly. And then Rog is here in case we need to engage on them if they get in too close. Okay, down in the south, man, I hope they come this way. We'll see what happens. Let Name Comet get in the corner to shoot at max distance. Melee friends, you're gonna wait on the backside for now. And then Cyber Oracle, we need your longer gun, but you go there. One more dropping should do it. So I'm actually move Rog down. Okay. So we're gonna force fire here. They're already focused. Good. They should flee in a second. They didn't. I'm gonna move Mr. Science down to help also, and trust that Timmy and the turret will finish it. They did. Timmy, come on down. In the south, we begin to fire. They will have some cover. I'm not sure what range that is. We'll want to fix that in the future, though. Into the pillbox, all of you. Meleeers engage. Shooters go for person who's uncovered. One down already. Awesome. Two down already. Awesome. Continue on Polizia. They're fleeing also. Nice. All right. Cool. Back about your business, folks. Down person. Pessimistic artist. I think we're okay. Bia Borman. 10 hours goes down. Down he goes. Level 13 melee and Polizia with the excellent quality steel longsword. A fine raid. I panicked briefly. If I was worried we couldn't engage these, they kept pulling back. And so not weakening them sufficiently before the other enemy came would have been a slight problem. But we see now that it's all fine. Okay. And I have a little bit of peaceful period before the next raid. Lots of bodies put away. Another full stack of medicine. Again, very silly we keep getting that. And how's my hauling animal looking? Where is that? Where is that crazy cougar? There it is. So close to hauling. Just time for class? Not yet. Don't make me go away. I don't want to. I don't want to go to school today. I don't want to bang. I don't want to go to work. I just want to bang on the drums all day. That is the line, I believe. Alright, so this thing. To avoid being shot across, we could put a wall. Right, we could put a wall right here. That will then remove their ability to turn and fire this way. I believe they still have the arc in front, but I'm not quite sure on that one. We could also move them to here instead. They'll still have their full arc, and we can then cower behind these so we don't get shot by the turrets. I think I'll do that. The nice thing to do would be have a wall that forces enemies to the front, but I don't think we do that right now, at least. Okay. With that done, we begin thinking about all things turret moving again. I'll put them outside like so, and then cover them. And there have been times I've not paid attention to this and definitely ended up friendly firing my my entire firing line. Feels pretty bad, man. You call in sick for me? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very kind of you to be ready to lie to my wife about my being sick. No, I mean, I don't even have to tell her. I could just send in an email that says, oh, not feeling so good today, students. I'll be back on Monday. Have a good weekend. That's all it would take, is writing that one sentence. I guess 2 sentences. And then I could stay and play video games all day long. But I don't wanna tell the kids a lie. And those of you watching, I want to set a good example for all of you. Does my university have anything for mental health days? See, here's the thing. Professoring is a very strange job because you definitely make your own work schedule. And so we don't really get paid days off. Like the summer, usually, your spring break, the problem is that the work has to be done on particular days. You can't say, oh, this product is now delayed by a week. Because if you miss a week of classes, you don't get an extra week at the end, right? It's over right away. And so, generally speaking, there are not days off for professors. There are for staff members, definitely, but professors not quite so much. There have been a lot of discussions in places like the Chronicle of Higher Education on the question of what would it mean to be able to give professors mental health days? What would it mean to be able to have students, join the class and leave when necessary to take care of mental health? And there's a lot of hand-wringing over it. It's very, very hard to think about how to implement that while also maintaining the somewhat limited schedule that we have. Now, of course, students can just miss the day, right? If they're gone, the class goes on. If I'm gone, I've got some problems. Most of us have at least 1 or 2 activities that we can give students to work on their own if we need to miss a day. But I've only ever canceled class like real substantial illness, the kind that I would need to, potentially vomit somewhere. So, do we have enough room for my boats to leave when I'm ready? I don't know what you mean, HPG, by enough room. Like, the boats have lots of cargo space? Do you mean like getting off the map? I don't know how that works exactly. We had to modify it last time, which I'm happy to do again, but no, I don't quite know how the boats work on exit the map. Well, if we need to change the map at the end, we can do so, but I've not tried leaving the map quite yet. Maybe at some point, though, we will. Plan to stay a while longer, at least. Oops, more power needed. Like so. What a nice base. This is the nicest of bases. I notice I've left an extra space here for really no good reason. I do like these open bases. I think the higher difficulty one goes, the more difficult it is to not have some kind of walled-in kill box. I know people play the highest difficulty will use like really, really cheesy ways of dealing with enemies, because you have to, or else you get overrun over and over again. But for me, the open base feels, I don't know, feels attractive. In part because every time I make a giant wall, I thought I'd make another giant wall to get more space, but we're good. Power is still more than enough production. It might be worth researching microelectronics so we get the upgraded research bench so we can research more quickly. This is one place where I have some mods in. They won't change how the game is played. They're primarily so I'm able to have a lab coats. We could make more lab coats also. I think we're going to stay here for a while, so lab coats for everybody could be super nice. Extreme break risk. Hey, it's Kibbs. What's wrong, Kibbs? It's not that bad. You saw some corpses. Have not all been hauled out, or maybe Kibbs did the hauling and so saw all the dead bodies there. I believe the ones from the last raid have mostly been marked to take on outside. Oh, these ones have not been marked that way at all. I apologize. What's this black thing there? Is that gear? Oh, that's a, okay. I was seeing their hair as being the front of the face, and that's some kind of like tube coming off of it. I thought they were in a gas mask. No, that's a beard, and that's the man's eye. Just saw it backwards. Whoops. Okay. So both of them are turned off. Good, good. Power not quite finished yet. We are almost out of steel once more. So we'll check the place we dug through. Hey, we got a lot of steel. It's just not been brought on in yet. Okay, I think after IEDs, which are nearly finished, we'll then go gas operation, precision rifling, microelectronics, and get some assault rifles to feel better about ourselves. It'll be glorious. I wonder if the food situation will ever feel under control in this base. I think it will, but for the simple meals, I must say look everywhere. They already are doing so. Okay, never mind. I thought they were not looking at the floor, but it says look everywhere, so maybe it is actually looking everywhere. I think look everywhere, though, might mean only look inside of stockpile zones. There's no way to look on the floor, unfortunately, for items like that. Science guy room. Are you max research? Very close. A little bit of cleanliness loss, but not too much. This corner, granite tile, it is. I see a little bit of dirt or something. I believe it's the geysers wall in place there. Okay, we said earlier that Cyber Oracle has a lousy old pistol right now. Trigger happy is fun on long rifles also. Anything to shoot a little bit faster. Go ahead and add in long rifle, please. We got helmets on. We could make better helmets with the plasteel here. This will be our first time intentionally mining out plasteel, I believe. So we'll grab that. Make some better helmets. We could research Devil Strand also to make the fancy red coats. Pretend to be the British, but for now we'll not do that. ID is done. Nice. Next up, gas operation. The heavy SMG. Yeah, heavy SMGs, not bad weapons for low skill characters. They shoot so many bullets in so many directions. It's a lot of fun to see every time. Is this close enough to plug in? I believe it is. Let's see once it's made, though. Cyber Oracle having a terrible day. Your brother died. You hate your barracks. Really, you still hate your barracks? I thought I smoothed that. I said to smooth it. Didn't get smoothed yet. A war merchant is here. We can definitely sell some old weapons that we found. We found the bodies of our enemies. Excellent quality bed. An engraving on the furniture portrays a solitary shaman near a town. Almost every shape in the image seems to be unbalanced, including the shaman. He's falling over, had too much to drink. In addition to that, the image is bordered by 1,000 rogues. That's going to be one of those very large number thousands. We actually did not count them. Can you imagine spending all day counting many, many, many? Where are those traders? They'll be here soon enough. They bring along a cobra. That could be further defense for us. More battling, more good. Yeah, I think it's not going to be 1,000 rogues. It's instead just like a little mark. And someone an arrow pointing to it saying, these are rogues. And we say, ah, I see what you're going for there. Rogues. Definitely rogues. Oh, good call. Good call. The cobras make eggs too. And poison. Or venom. Venom, I believe. Aaron Explorer, 3:45 a.m. Sleep well. That's a pretty late night, my friend, but thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate we can keep you company into the early morning hours. 3:45 a.m. How do people stay up this late? How do you do it? As I said before, for me, once it's 9:30 and dark outside, it's like, I want to go to sleep so badly. Alright, so... It's awful, awful items to sell. The old clothing is still also. I want to make flak pants. Yeah, I want to make flak pants for the meleeers. Gotta remember that. We buy one cobra as a treat. I'd feel obliged though to use the cobra as a fighter, and then it would die and would be very sad. So No. Alright. Yes, though, on flak pants. Now might be time to say only certain characters get to wear armor. Or let them all wear flak pants if they want to. I think flak pants, though, are not particularly good at maintaining temperature. So, we'll need to make sure we have other pants available as well. You keep getting broken traders. You have stuff piled up you want to sell. They run out of money before you dumped it all on them. Yes, it's currently broken traders. You assume they have unlimited money. They get their credit card to give you more and more cash. Darn these traders and their non-infinite capital. Love it. Oh, he said broke traders. I think they said broken, a la they were not working correctly. But yes, they only have so much money to avoid being able to corner the market by selling everything to everyone. Broke, broken, all the same thing. Funny either way. We have a potato saved up now that we could go in the direction of better quality meals. It'll come down to, do I feel like fighting a group of elephants or a group of rhinos? I believe the rhinos are easier targets. I vaguely recall that if we have a manhunting animal fighting us near traders, the traders may not help us. I believe that I can fly. So 3 rhinos all at once. And if the traders don't help, I'll be pretty bummed. Somebody turn on the guns. What's the chance of revenge again? It's only 50. If Timmy is doing it, he's least likely to start this. Yeah, the major break risk is Kibbs. Kibbs is endlessly major break risk. So we don't worry about that too terribly much. Kibbs is just who Kibbs is, and that's okay. Do not get shot by the guns. Of the many, many things can be done, that is not one of them. Alright. Cyborg will go into hide in their room because Brother Raphael died. That's okay. Not our best shooter. Timmy, you can do it. No revenge. Revenge. It's just the one. We're fine, fine, fine. Turrets go. Cool. A brief moment of almost panic there, but no worries, no worries. Do it again. But better. They're nicely spread out now. As always, once they're worried a little bit, we could, or no, once they're wounded a little bit, we could just run away and let them bleed to death. But I want to be a good person. I don't want to cause too much unnecessary suffering. Now, making a rhino be riddled by small caliber bullets off those guns, is that minimizing suffering? Is that doing no harm? That'll leave them in a better position than they were at the beginning? I don't know. What I do know, though, is it's dragging me farther and farther away from my people are. Hey, there's revenge. Again, just the one. Alright, come on down, science guy and comic guy. How slow does it? Just barely. So we shouldn't actually take one more shot. We're gonna take one more shot, though. Alright, run. These turrets are not turned on. Do not get friendly fired. There we go. Marked hunts. And where's that last one? Kibbs is broken also. Hello, last one. You can follow its trail back home. We can shoot across the water, and it can't run quickly through the water. Ah, stupid, stupid rhinos. Not quite as smart as the mice, I suppose. Now as I get closer, possibly stupid, stupid human. Just finding a place to lay itself down and remember the good times before the end. Hey, there's a wrench. It is slowed substantially, so it can be single-heighted. What's Comet's shooting level now? Yeah, 16. Go. We could rescue the rhino and try to make it one of ours, but need the food too badly. Okay, so what else do I want to do? Don't want to just wait on research, but feeling like that might be a large portion of the next little bit. We talked about trying to go up to better quality meals. So I'm going to go to the fine meals now. That's lavish. The fine meals now just to improve people's happiness a little bit. And a good way to waste all of my resources at once, including the eggs. And well, need level 6 of cooking, and we can do it. What does if animals in a pen do? So there's a recent update to Rimworld, which I mean like 2 years ago, where animals that are not in a pen will try to leave the map. No longer will all animals stay inside of a zone all the time. Instead, they must be made to stay in the pen. So in here, they hang out, they eat food, they eat the grass, they walk in circles, they occasionally make some babies. Nothing terribly engaging, we'll call it, but it's mostly to stop them from running away. And it's primarily a way of nerfing the strength of defensive animals, which was a very, very strong strategy in the earlier days of the game. Fancy meals now. Cool. Is everyone on simple eating? Everyone on lavish eating, they eat anything they want to eat. Fine. And I set up flak pants also. Those will get done. They require components and cloth though. We have plenty of cloth. Plenty of components, we're good. Yeah, the playthrough is going from, this is peaceful, this is nice, what a lovely time, to, oh no, everyone's gonna die. I guess this is the part where I would normally say, let's begin to work on, let's begin to work on pack survival meals and just prepare for hitting the road. Extreme break risk. That's Cyber Oracle returning from the earlier break. Don't worry, your bedroom's gonna be very nice soon. Mediocre, mediocre, mediocre. That's fine. It's a neutral, I believe. Yeah, quality bedroom is neutral. That's fine. We can put down more stones if we want to speed through these areas. This time before I leave, let's say I'd like to research at least microelectronics, and I think it's going to be sensible to have a second research bench. We'll throw it right in the big hallway for now. I'm going to force Cyber Oracle to wake up to increase mood a little bit. They can go back to sleep in a second if they want to, but it will help. You have a mod that cleans filth when it rains. I know that rain cleans blood at least, and ichor, I think. Does it not clean dirt or animal filth? I don't know anything about how that works, unfortunately. Is Jackcraft hungry? No, I believe Jackcraft is being healed up. Not healed up, fed every time that he's being trained. There's a whole bunch of training. It's very close on learning how to haul. Will that change everything? I mean, probably not, but it'll change some things at least. I don't want to make additional turrets down this way. Someone is making granite chunks. Jack's at you. Jack's on construction again. Right, we panicked to construction. We need to make some earlier walls. So as of now, Jack. Yeah, back down to crafting, please. Good. Did I forbid the solar stuff for a reason? Yeah, just don't need the power yet. These two together are producing enough. They're placed there so I remember that I want to make those eventually. Now, as we're placing additional crafting buildings, we might need the power eventually, but as long as we have a good half day at least of turbine usage, we should be okay. We'll see if that's true. But yeah, exactly right. Anytime you see I've placed something and then forbidden it, it's just so I don't build it yet. That often happens with like putting down a bunch of rooms. The thermal unlocked? Nope, absolutely not. There is the thermal port here if we need it, but no. As I said previously, research is really far behind this game, just because of all the moves. So we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. I may need to assign someone to making bricks constantly. So a second crafter could be good, as Jack is now distracted, not by making bricks, but instead by making, what is that? Is that gun? Yeah, that bolt action rifle for Cyber Oracle. That trigger happy fun. Heavy SMG trigger happy rather, I think is pretty great too. Might make one of those next, but just a better weapon would be okay. The pen is not enclosed. Someone moved this chunk out the way because they wanted to plant, but did not move it outside the pen all the way. Consider me frankly outraged. Yep, did it again. We're seeing low food still. Yeah, so with 28 meals, we only have enough for 3 days. We may end up putting up too much food here that will potentially spoil fast. And then where will we be on the food? We'll have none left. So it might be worth making a single instead of a double shelf, but not sure. What I am sure about, friends, it's now 1 p.m. my time, so I'm gonna have to say that was a fun stream. We began today with absolutely no base. We began with just an absolute pile of sadness. Every single character went through a mental break over the course of about 20 or 30 minutes. We got through it, we got built up. This base is now stable, and unless we get one of those wonderful raids right into the middle of the base with drop pods. But I should say goodbye, I should say thank you. I should find someone to raid host probably. I'm just gonna raid Dolphin Chemist today. Long-term friend of the channel. I'm assuming he's online. I'll make sure that is true, but if DC's online, we'll raid him, and yeah, of course he is. He's playing FTL Fashion Light, one of the best games ever made. He's incredibly good at this game, and a long-time friend of the channel. Someone I've been friends with for, I don't know, 7 years? Something like that. He's cool. Give him a hello, and we'll see you again real soon.
Cloaking and hacking and shields. Oh, there's a breach. Okay. Probably in here. Yeah. Oh my god.